my time. Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be a soldier. Waste my time. Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be a soldier. Waste my time. Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be a soldier.
What I would do for you. What I would do for you. What I would do for you. What I would do close my eyes. Every time I 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 close my eyes.
New stage. Parallel. New enemy. Mortar Chicken. New boss. Captain Crispy.
Welcome everyone to PAS 6, and much like potentially dangerous yesterday, I'm sitting here hosting like, how did I get here? Like them up on top of the leaderboard, but you know what? They played well yesterday, Cammy, right?
Yeah, no, I think they caught a lot of us off guard. We'll see if they can continue on today, because they are going to be playing twice in a row. It's interesting talking to teams with the 3-group format that we have. Now we can see Poro much better.
Hey,
much
how's it
more
going?
I'm a little blurry too, but it's fine.
Yeah, whatever. You're all the way overseas. It takes.
I got buttons, man. I just press the button.
Yeah.
It's fine.
And obviously, Poro, we've got you in tonight for the first time. You were sitting back yesterday watching it on the side of the action that you did see. Any teams either surprise you or maybe let you down a little bit?
What's up, shawties? I gotta say, no, I think potentially Dangerous and Mira, I went back and I was watching kind of like how the game's played out for him to see. It's like, okay, well, is this just like a situation where they just get compound blessed, whatever? Like, yeah, there was a couple of times that did happen, but Mira especially kind of impressed me with how they were working on the edge and just kind of being more aggressive towards the middle of the day, end of the day. So I think that's a good sign. Like once you find yourself kind of getting ahead in the points a little bit, you start being a little bit more aggressive. So hopefully we'll see some of our teams from Group C do that today here. Now that B needs it. B needs it. This is the last day for them to play, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but on the only positive is, right, it's not LCQs yet. It's group stage. You lose. You don't do very well today. You've always got LCQs true. Next weekend.
Yeah, that's very true. I think Cameron, I mean, when you have that LCQ security blanket, I feel like I don't know. Do you think it makes you more willing to do like high risk, high reward type stuff, just knowing that you have that fallback plan of an LCQ?
I think a little bit, though we don't really see teams go for like incredibly wild swings, similar to the conversation around the blue chip recall being added into the game. It's more of like maybe a 5 to 10% incentive to go crazy, to go wild with it. You really do want to focus on your foundations, because if you do mess up, you want to make sure you're in top form for the LCQ.
Yeah, and then looking at the action yesterday, Cammy, is a little recap as to how the games went. Those 2 wins for potentially dangerous really stand out, but I suppose the thing that really sticks out like a sore thumb is Falcons' only really properly top quality game yesterday was that game 3 where they played Rondo excellently, but it was a slow start for them on Miramar.
It was a bit of a slow start, but I don't want to take away from their other performances. Like, they are currently in 2nd place as we just go through a quick highlight reel of a lot of end games from yesterday. Yerho almost clutching that one out. That would have been sick. But while we go through all of this, yesterday was very, very strange because there were so many teams that did have a slow start. Sure, Falcons, they started slow, but they eventually got up to it, right? But teams like Bestia, they ended the full day with a win. Their first couple of matches were horrendous, and they're still not in a particularly great spot.
Yeah, and I think that it's just a weirdo because I feel like yesterday was a continuation of what we saw at the last PAS, where the South American teams really did have a good showing, but we just saw Rock there, Poro. Rock, very slow start by their standards, particularly with the upwards trajectory they've been on recently.
Yeah, no, I think that they're going to be disappointed with how they played yesterday. But again, I think, not to like take away any of the excitement of this group stage, but when you have that LCQ thing to fall back on, like, if you get 20 points in a day, it's kind of like, okay, well, who cares? Like, we're getting a little bit more practice. I don't know. I think Rock might be falling victim to something that we've seen a lot of our international regulars fall victim to, where they come into this wanting to play it a little bit more cautiously, like they would play in an international lobby, and maybe give too much respect to the rest of the lobby when they could actually just kind of go out and run down everybody. Like we've heard in the past, a lot of teams have said that, like that's something that they have to get over.
Yeah. And that clip that we saw just a few seconds ago from that game on Rondo, Poro, you said that there was one golden rule, or at least if there was a golden rule for owning a BRDM. And Falcons, they kind of had that rule broken on them, right? We saw a great heist.
Look, man, yeah, that's what I say. Like, I feel like we're still working around the rules for BRDM usage and like what to do and what kind of situations and when you get one, how do you want to play it. That I don't feel like all the rules are written just yet, but I feel like one of them is probably don't get your BRDM kidnapped by a solo player that's in your midst. And yeah, Falcons learning that one the hard way last night. I'm sure Gunner will probably smack them upside the head a few times and just let them know, like, okay, come on guys, like we can't be doing that. Don't leave the keys in the car, guys.
But Cammy, they still nearly ended up winning that map, right? We saw that incredible double nade from Kick and Tig that got 2 knocks to put them in the 2v2 at the end, but they just couldn't get over the line. But it was a start of the more promising side of Falcons that led to them finishing second on the day.
Yeah, I mean, and you say finishing second, it's a 3-way tie for first, and Yin Yang are only 1 point behind, so it's virtually a 4-way tie for first place. There is no one who is running away with this, potentially dangerous, coming out on top because of their 2 victories. And when you put that into context, that's 8 points from the 8-point jump from 2 second to first places. So if they only got second on both of them, they'd be sitting closer to 6th or 7th right now, you have to imagine. And so this really just shows how close a lot of these games have been, and how that actually could be giving a lot of room for teams in the middle of the pack to get in that cutoff position. We don't know what the cutoff is going to be, but I look back at the past couple of PASs, and it ranged from the low 70s to the low 90s. So
that's
I
pretty
don't know
high.
if anyone, it's a pretty, yeah, but it's a pretty dramatic window as well.
Yeah.
Like, you don't know when you're going to be safe until you breach 95.
But we saw last time around as well, and over the last couple of PASs, that teams like Falcons were getting well over 100 points, or like 100 points. I think I saw 180 points, 130 plus points over groups. But this time around, at least for day one, that point tally was so evenly split amongst the top 4, like 54 points down to 53. It really condenses the leaderboard a lot tighter because of that. And I think for teams like Bestia, Cammy, who didn't have the best day yesterday but still finished off with a win, it really helps them out whenever there isn't one team storming away. Everyone is just not is within reaching distance.
Yeah, but I also want to say that it's even looking at the top of the leaderboard as you get a quick little overview of everyone who is playing this whole weekend, the group stage here at PAS. But it's not just the top of the leaderboard that decides where that cutoff is going to be. It's also the bottom. I'm actually right now trying to go back and see what the bottom performances are and how our 2 current teams that are at the bottom with 11 points each, how that compares. And so I don't think it's purely going to be based off of if there is how many runaway hits there are, is also maybe some low performances as well. It's so hard to predict point tallies.
And then going into today, we're welcoming in Group C to the action. So it's the debut in this PAS for Liquid and Toyo, who are both back from playing internationally and had very different, I think, results at that event. But I think the one team that caught both of our eyes, Paro, and it's kind of for different reasons, is Sakura Zenzen. Like, it doesn't matter what region I seem to be working in, they're there. How do you think this 50-50 split North American European team are going to do? Because in groups, at least for the qualifiers, they were really good.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sakura Zenzen's a team that you got to keep an eye on. Penta's always a great player, right? Like, it's just kind of a question of, is he going to have a pop-off day, or is it just going to be some early game fighting that just that gets them into trouble? But another team that people got their eye on, 55 Esports, right? This is an entirely new roster. Well, mostly new roster, 50% new roster from EWC qualifier, entirely new roster from PAS 5. So I think they had a little bit of a struggle in that EWC qualifier, but now they've added a couple to Zera and Pippa, 2 notable players that have been around for a long time. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see if they can kind of find their footing early here. I feel like this team is particularly needs to have a good first day, because if they have a bad first day, I don't know if they're going to be able to come back on day 2, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Cammy, this is a regional partner team, and last time around things didn't go very well for them. They ended up nuking the whole roster and picking up that half of the Typhon roster who are playing in TPP, and we'll pick up on that a little bit more. But let's look at, Liquid/TSM/STK. Like, Sparking's in that hunt to be the first player to get to 100 kills in group stages, but they've been super consistent, Cammy, over the course of the groups in the last few PASs.
Yeah, and the graphic that you're seeing in front of you is Sparking's overall kills, and then next to it is going to be the points that each of those teams have gotten in the group stage. So that does kind of set up the expectation for us going into Liquid's debut in this PAS. Now, remember, their grand final performance wasn't that great, but as far as group stage is concerned, we usually should expect them to be pretty good. 110 points, 107, 99, that's up there. And Sparking is routinely, certainly regionally, but even internationally in many cases, one of the star players of this roster, putting up those numbers, being sort of the tip of the spear, being that X factor and really breaking the games open, breaking the fights open. Toyo, though, I don't know if you can say any of those members holds that role, because they're a very interesting team right now. I love Toyo when they first joined. I thought they had a lot of qualities to them, and we saw some really good performances earlier on in the year, but I don't know what happened.
So, Paro, these are a bit of a streaky team, right? Like, you think about the core of this side went to PNC and won a couple of maps. Then they went to EWC as Toyo and won a few games there as well. But they seem to me to be like a really boomer bust team. They're either winning maps or getting little to no points. Where do you think the kind of overall ceiling for Toyo looks like going into today and going into PAS as a whole?
I mean, I think the ceiling for them is that they should be in competition for those 3 spots. I mean, this is, like you said, like this is a team that has been performing pretty well, and then they finally got over that hump to get to EWC and make an international appearance. Now, obviously, once they got there, it probably didn't go as well as they would have hoped. But when it comes to regional play, Capitan, Emmy, Benya, Ribo, like those guys should be in competition for the top spots. Like there's no question in my mind. Like at this point, the expectations on them are going to be really high, and for good reason. So
yeah, and then yesterday, Cammy, you saw that the maps that were kicking off on is Miramar maps that were dominated by the South American teams yesterday, who not only were winning the games but dominating the top 4, the final 4 teams. Is there anybody from North America that you think could get a good start today? Because yesterday on these maps, Yahoo were the pick of the bunch.
Right, yeah, and I'm really curious to see if Yahoo can keep that form up. I think we expected Yahoo to have some level of performance. We didn't expect them to just completely fail in group stage or this entire event, but to be where they are with the performance that they've had really shocked me. I definitely can't speak for either of you on this, but Balefrost being at the top of the kill scores for yesterday, that's surprising. Not because I think he's a poor player, but I just never would put him in that position. I'd expect him to be, up in the top 10s perhaps. And so I'm curious to see if that's just because of the wild fights that they got to. And do you remember, Gibson, we saw a lot of wild fights in the early game and the mid game. We'll see if that continues, or maybe some of the performances become a bit more conservative in the early game macro. But honestly, the way that this region has gone, I don't expect that to happen.
Yeah, as we get ready to jump in, Paro, is that a positive sign that Balefrost is getting 15 kills and the rest of the team aren't really contributing much? Like, are you looking at that going, well, if they're doing that with just Bale, once Punage and Shin start stepping up, like Yahoo really could propel themselves into something great?
yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't see how you could see it as a negative sign that Balefrost is out here fragging.
Right.
I think the biggest problem for Yoho has always just been getting the late game. Like, they're mechanically cracked out of their minds, but the problem is that they always get in these early fights or mid game fights and end up losing a couple, and placement points have always been kind of their issue, and just keeping everybody up to the late game. So if they can find a way to do that, and if Bale keeps doing what he was doing, and then obviously Shimbo and Punage and Cherry start picking it up a little bit as well, I think the ceiling, the sky's the limit for that squad.
Yeah, so Cammy, Flight Path kicking us off here is a pretty nice one, and it looks like, well, we should be avoiding 100% that drumstick island that we had yesterday and kind of dominating the first 2 circles. But
thankfully,
so anything about this Flight Path, Cammy, that's standing out to you?
I mean, I don't think it's as good as you're selling it. It's not the worst playing path that we've seen, but it does kind of cut off Shumasera and Los Leones. But hello, hot drop instantly, duel. The old veterans are coming in to take out the new guns and potentially dangerous. Tony's going to get the drop onto Wooly, instantly win that 1 versus 1.
These guys not have a drop map channel, like drop spots channel. Like, I've seen so many hot drops, and I feel like that's something that everybody should be avoiding here. Like, what are we doing? Like, just go somewhere where there's you're not having to deal with this. And now as a result, Duel gonna have to play with 3 going forward. But that's good news if you're a PD fan, because potentially dangerous obviously had a great day yesterday.
Yeah.
And they don't have to worry about Mira today. They don't have to worry about Falcons today. They don't have to worry about Yin Yang. So like, this is a good start.
Yeah, it certainly is. I do think that the playing path plus the fact of the blue chip revives, as you said, like that 10%
If they can get it.
incentive. Yes, big if they can get it, right? It's just that hot drops are slightly less punishing. But, you know, you still got to win them in duel. They got to come back from this. Losing Wooly in the very beginning is not a great look, but looking at the rotation right now, or just the maneuvers of duel, I think they might be trying to... Are they sticking around? It's honestly hard to tell.
I mean, I think Lobes has that high ground. I think that he's going to try to loot up as much as he can and just kind of see if he can get vision on if these guys are moving. Is this 2017 again? What's going on? But yeah, I think obviously Lobes gonna keep an eye out for K-Mine and IQ while they're able to do a little bit of looting. But the problem is he doesn't know about what's going on in their south side here, and so hopefully K and IQ have their headphones on facing the right direction. Lowe's going to try to see if he can provide some support, but he's going to get caught out. And now actually K-Mine, I'm sorry. Lowe's still up high.
Yeah, K-Mine caught out on a bit of a check out in the open. It does show that, as you feared, completely unaware of the potentially dangerous wraparound. Now the noose is getting tightened. They're taking a lot of time with this. They're just taking way too long, and I mean, potentially dangerous. To their credit, they're taking advantage. Like they're pressing the issue, and they're not going to I don't think they're going to let Duel get away with, get out of this at all. Lobes might be the only one that has a shot. And man, but the vector here for IQ. Lobes is going to have to probably get the first knock, maybe two, and then IQ steps out and finishes off the rest. Potentially dangerous playing this very well, stacking up together. Gonna be swinging on the same angle. IQ spot. Couple of shots out. Okay, he's able to get one knock into Gavin. Really needs time. He's able to get a second. Oh, and another headshot. This is actually starting to fall apart for potentially dangerous. They're able to get the revives behind the cover. They got the knock.
Yeah, they're good. They're good. I mean, it was very, very well played by IQ. I mean, getting two knocks, but then at the end, he just ran out of bullets. You know, what are you gonna do? And there you go, Lobes will get spotted by Glock, and that'll be Duel taken out in 16th place. So a little bit sweaty there for potentially dangerous, but in the end, all's well that ends well, and they're still in zone as well.
What's strange, talked about the drop maps. Gibson shared one with us just now, and Duel, this wasn't their original drop. They dropped on potentially dangerous, but their drop spot up to the north was available from the plane path. So
yeah, interesting.
I don't know if, I mean, maybe it could be what we were talking about, just going for a wild swing in their very beginning, trying to, you know, make a statement on their first map here in group stage, because there is the backup of LCQ. We'll see what happens next game.
Yep. Yeah, it didn't work this time, but as you said, we'll see what happens next game. And Duel, they still got a few more games left to play. This is only game number 1 for them as it is. So 55 making their way in towards the center of the zone, where there's a very, very wide Bestia split. We'll see if Bestia is able to get away with this, or how long they're able to get away with this. Toyo, meanwhile, taking their slow time coming up on that southeastern coast coming from Puerto. It doesn't look like anybody's doing any coastal camping for the time being, so they should be free and clear.
Yeah. No early bridge camps by anyone. Alcazia are, oh no, they are in this this group, but they decided to play the middle this time around, which is a bit of a shocker. Usually they try and camp whenever and wherever they can.
Well, I mean, sometimes you get lucky, you get a little zone fortune. So if this had been a far south western circle, as we saw multiple times yesterday, then I imagine Alcazia might have been doing some sneaky stuff. But this time, not having to worry about it. Looks like most of the teams have managed to make their way in. We still got a little bit of a logjam here on the south side as Sakura Zensen will spot out the Yoho boys. Trying to stop down and get a crate for themselves. Cherry gonna take a few shots. Can he get away with it? Oh, looks like he's gonna survive for now, but no, Penta Lowell will get the shot in.
Keep tapping that vehicle, at the very least taking a tire out. This is going to be brutal at this range. You have to imagine that you're going to be somewhat safe, but still getting the knock here is great for Sakura Zensen. Thankfully, though, Yoho is able to get their downed player out. Shouldn't be too big of a concern. I just hope they were able to get the level 3 gear from that crate at the very least.
Yeah, hopefully he didn't put it on and just get it immediately shot right off his head, because that feels worse, man. But hey, at the end of the day, Cherry Vibe's still alive, and Yoho has a nice little compound for themselves here on the southern side of the circle. We still have couple of teams making their way in. Banchikayo, they're running right past CLR. And fortunately, CLR not really in position to get all guns pointing in their direction. So
Right.
Banchikayo will be playing this one from the north side for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that Collector kind of missed the lineup on that. A rotate on the east end through this compound is a bit unexpected, trying to go for center, but Kylo going for a wrap up and around.
They get away with it. Well, a few teams still making their way in from the north side. Looks like we've got Deportivo Merlot and Pest Control making their way in on the northwestern side, and Team Liquid, as is tradition, taking their sweet time after looting up in Los Leones. So they will probably be making it in before the circle arrives. As I'm just looking at Vinny right now. All I got. Hello?
Hello? Yeah?
I think. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Oh no,
I was just letting the game speak for itself. Everyone's sort of
Yeah,
getting
well,
chill. Everyone's getting established.
I was too, but it wasn't saying anything to me, unfortunately. But Draft, we
ghosting you?
we did talk a little bit about Bestia, and now we're kind of expecting a little bit more from that, especially with the addition of Flood. But again, you just added Flood, right? So you got to try to figure out how Flood's got to figure out where his place is. Everybody else got to figure out where Flood's place is. So, yeah, give them a little bit of time to get to get their feet under them, I would say. But, DraftKings and Mime, it's still a very, very good team.
It is. The reason why I disagree, though, with that caveat, Voro, is because they've played with Flood a fair bit through the Players Tour and then even into Masters, and they looked a lot better there. And it's not like the Flood pickup was a week ago and they haven't had any scrims with him.
Guys.
It's not, but like when you look at the members on the team, like I think they would agree yesterday was a disappointment for the expectations, and especially with previous performances, Mime looked like he was back to old school Mime when he was making some dramatic plays, but ones that were more often than not able to work out and catch so many teams off guard to allow the rest of the squad to follow through with their more traditional approach just after the crazy Hail Mary that Mime throws in. So hopefully we'll see a better performance today. They're already in a good position in the center of the zone.
I mean, yeah, like 28 points is definitely a disappointment for that squad, for sure. But, I mean, it's the different situation. Regardless, Circle's going to pop up to the northwest. Everybody's already on the move here. Furia in that big wide split. Gizera up on the north side will take a few shots, but you see how complicated this is making things, especially for Bestia and Furia, considering how wide split they were. They're going to run into a lot of teams over there on the edge, towards the edge, as everybody is making their way in from this southeastern side. So DM looking good, Pest Control looking good, Dogs might be in a pretty good position here. Everybody else has to be kind of wiping the sweat off a little bit here.
A couple of shots at a Cowboy. Oh, to bring that vehicle away. This is a very interesting part of the map to fight around with the terrain. There aren't that many prominent positions in the center of the zone outside of Deportivo Melo's position, but Psycho's going to be rushing down. This is water treatment plant to the southwest of the zone. Not a bad position to set up, at least in phase 2. Certainly to provide some cover if they can win this fight. Oh, that's a couple. That is a Panzerfaust in Pippa's hands. This could be the great opener that I'm looking for. It's just where are the rest of 55? It's currently a 2 versus 4.
That's the problem, is that they still got 2 guys up on the hill off to the east. And I mean, if Psycho and Pippa can slow this down enough, they may get time. And yeah, you can see them on the mini map. They're starting to arrive, but Karak is he's just sending it. That is bold coming through there, completely at the mercy of any Panzerfaust that might be sitting over in that direction. But they get away with it and they get in for the time being. But Adam's got a nice grenade present. Hyman will spot out Karak and get that first knock. This Aranzera still working around the outside, but he's been spotted.
Needs to go for a flank, and look at Zello. A lone scout of Deportivo Merlo. Getting quite curious, hearing shots, feeling safe, and here comes Aranzera's peak! Is able to get the knock, but not before Adam launches the Panzer. Pippa has another one in tow, however, to make things a little more even. Penta with some more frag grenades, throwing it all in. Should be able to be salvageable here, but Micah, no, is going to get confirmed before Penta can arrive. More Panzerfaust into the mix. It's a never-ending bombardment of explosives.
This is the new meta. This is if you're gonna be making a crash in, you lead with the Panzerfaust and hope for the best. But Deportivo, they're right on time right now. They managed to steal away at least one knock, and now they're kind of forcing Iman to reposition. Can't do the push that he really wants to do as Penta continue holding from the side. Will get the nice knock on a Pippa.
That's huge. This grenade needs to confirm it, however. Because at the moment,
Beautiful.
they are able to get multiple revives. Thankfully, they get one kill out of it, lock it into only 3 members standing, 455. Assuming RN0 also gets picked back up, you can see Penta is still very, very concerned about Deportivo Romero's angle. Nice shot.
Oh, where are you going, Psycho?
Psycho off guard, forcing the 180 for whatever reason. And Danny might be picking up some of those kills, but it's falling apart for 455, 3 HP. Penta is still alive, 55, not so much.
Man, Deportivo, they're just getting paid off by this third party. Really well played by them, as Sakura Zensen will keep 2 alive, but 55 gonna be back to the drawing board for them for the time being. Meanwhile, I could see on this northeastern side, they got potentially dangerous just ahead of them. Ooh. But okay, they might just, yeah, both of them probably avoid each other at this point, given that circle shift.
Yeah, pretty medium shift southwest. Still really, really good for Deportivo Romero. This is not good for Sakura Sensen, however, because they do have a blue chip revive center in water treatment. But now that it's still part of the zone, especially considering Toyo and Liquid are coming in from the south, the chances of them getting revive and having both their players respawn and be able to loot back up from that compound, not going to be quite as straightforward. We'll see if they go for it or not. We'll see what Toyo and Liquid do, how much space they give them. But Yoho with another full vehicle send right into Fury. Bakawa Zine holds left click, gets multiple kills, and Pozo with a couple more.
Interesting call. Interesting call. I don't know if I would 4-band send into a compound, given that Panzerfausts are a thing in this game. But it plays out pretty much exactly how we thought it would. And Yoho will go down. Furia holds strong, and they still have that high ground here. Now, not a lot still coming in from the east, although Bestia is just off in the distance, but it looks like they're going to be playing a little bit farther north. I think it's really just wait and see for Fury, as Draft King will get taken down by the best gun in the game, the VSS.
And now Flood is just wondering what in the world you can do. The rest of Bestia is grouping up. They did a split, 2 and an E pickup, 2 with vehicles following up behind. But considering the cover here is not the most dramatic, like not the most clear. They're confused about the play, but Mime is able to get the knock on Relo, Flow with the knock on a Technosh. So fighting on multiple fronts, but coming out on top at the moment.
There you go. I mean, this is probably the worst case scenario for Bestia, but they're doing a damn good job of fighting their way out of it for the time being, staying alive. Akatsuya is still off to the north, laying down the smoke walls, try to slow things down long enough to get heals up, maybe get back together and kind of figure out where everybody is, because I think they just kind of found themselves suddenly surrounded, and they may be getting a better read now on what the lay of the land is looking like here, as we see Pest Control and potentially Dangerous trying to fight on that northern side. Pest Control, Blissey kind of all by himself. We'll have to just go ahead and retreat. We'll give potentially Dangerous this tiny little sliver of land on the north side of the road.
Yeah, I guess we'll give you that. Here, have some fun. Go buy yourself something nice with it. But Blissey doing a good job of just getting one kill and knowing when to leave. But now Liquid, they are going to push in. Sakura Zenzen are going to get eliminated. They got a couple of kills, but with Deportivo Romero stealing 2 of them away, not the greatest start for the squad. Liquid got 2 of their own, and they can start their run from here. Hazel with a knock on to 22 centimeters. Covering fire stops the full confirm, at least momentarily.
Okay, yeah, maybe pull back and heal up a little bit, Hazel. I know you want to confirm that point, but it is most likely confirmed. There you go. All right, yeah. Now once they see it's confirmed, they're like, okay, dip, we're out of here.
Out.
Yep. And then good for him too, because that northwestern side of the circle for the time being is free, but potentially Dangerous is starting to make their way down now, and they have a little bit of a foothold on the north side. Collector still trying to decide if they want to take this fight with Banjagayo, but that hard cover kind of making things a little bit too complicated here.
Yeah. They don't have far to move to get to the zone, but what's playable over that ridge? I don't think it's going to be very inviting, especially with the dogs overlooking it. They suddenly find themselves with a great compound. just worth the center, but Toyo making a send now onto the high ground, or at least close to it, of Deportivo Melo, but it's going to be Alcudia with the first line of defense. Cowboy picking up quite... Oh! Okay. Suck in the gut, suck in the gut. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, get skinny. You'll be fine. And okay, maybe you won't be fine. Mime will find him as we got a number of fights going on here. Roth now all of a sudden finds himself the last player left alive with 4 HP. And we'll have to stop down to try to get this health kit off Toyo down to just black, as Roth will go down to Andrea. And that'll be it for Alcudia. Deportivo still have that high ground, but they've got to be careful because now they've got Liquids kind of sniffing around on their south side here.
Black last member left for Toyo, having to smoke up the vehicle to stay alive, even just for a brief moment. But yeah, as you say, there are a couple of fights that are starting to simmer, starting to build up. This is a really good push. Looking at the overall map, really good push by Liquid into Deportivo Melo.
It's going to be difficult, though, because Deportivo has that compound. And fortunately for Black, he manages to escape, or at least reposition himself to somewhere a little bit safer. But Banjagayo and Collector still scrapping out on this eastern side. Down to the duo. Right. Oh, Franks get one flushed out. They're Oz.
Just barely not able to get the second. Maybe the Molly can spread. It's just one more tick of damage, but the Blue is also going to be taking damage of its own, and these teams can't leave this fight. They're stuck in with each other because Furia is going to be overlooking the entire thing, ready to clean up anyone who's trying to retreat. Grenade goes out. Dreams unable to hold the angle because of the frag grenade.
Yeah, this is taking a lot more of Collector's time and blood than I think they were really hoping for here. Psycho, they still have an escape route on the north, but I think they're pretty much locked in at this point. As Furia, he said, starting to make their way down. Four Dogs, they're just blessed right now. I mean, if they get any kills, it'll be a miracle, but they are looking very nice for this late game here. As the Kraken has now arrived, and we'll take a few shots into Gaio's backsides, but Collector's not really in a great spot either here.
No, not at all. The big concern, though, is that Furia, they can't be wasting too much time with this. If the fight stalls out further, then they're going to have to try and move in front of it. 1 for 1, and Kraken is there to make it 0 for Banjagayo. They get eliminated. Collector able to stay alive temporarily. How much space they can try and make from this. We'll see what they can do. Furia are a bit distracted because of the arrival of Bestia.
Well, he has no idea. Mime's right there.
No clue.
Oh. But he also realizes he's by himself, right? So he's not going to overextend. He looks at the situation. He got a kill, got the flush. We'll move on as Psycho will get spotted down and taken out. Dreams now the last player left alive for Collector. Yeah, I think Fury is just going to go ahead and let him make his way in and say we'll have to find our way inside this zone for the time being.
Yeah. I mean, they're fighting multiple teams. There's such a strong position. They already have 7 kills with the potential to grab so many more. I think they're able to manage their space very, very well. Furia are just one big giant machine at the moment looking to clean up. They're still not in the zone, however. Neither are Liquid. They didn't do a full push into Deportivo Melo. It just wasn't worth it for them. They have some nice high ground regardless. And now looking to deal some damage to Max. Kawazin hops into a vehicle back over to the southeast, and now they do have to finally get into the zone. Blue closing in, still looking for Dreams, the last player up for Collector that they know is still sneaking around.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time to sit here and wait for this one right now. The biggest problem right now is Liquid having to try to find their way into zone through Deportivo, who have this hard cover. You see Alo's going to go down to a nice grenade. Flush not going to come through, but the other problem for this is Pest Control is still off to the north, and they have eyes on this as well. So the only teams that are left on this high ground spot are these guys, as Liquid trying to fight their way through, but Ali's got that. Oh, that's a huge knock from Purdy Curdy, as that Panzerfaust would have been devastating.
Yeah, but they're still getting devastated by the Blue regardless. They haven't really been able to get the knocks in time to push in. It's all down to Sparking to try and clutch this one out. A great stun, pushing in, drop shot is not going to be successful. So 5 kills for Liquid, but knowing that there is no chance to get the revive, even going to hang out in the blue to get some heals.
Yeah, that's a rough one for Liquid. I mean, they had plenty of time to really take that fight at Deportivo, and they just took forever. They took forever about it until the blue was right on their heels, and now it's just down to sparking. So we'll see if Max Win can finish off Mime, and indeed they do. They take out Bestia. Furia still have 4 alive on this southeastern side. Gizera has been spotted out now by Max. As looks like the rest of Furia just interested in taking down potentially dangerous, and so far so good as Glock has gone down. Tony down to no HP. Avon down as well. And Furia just working their way around the edges and cleaning up. 10 kills.
Yeah, they just ran it down. The vulnerability of a Shack is that it just gets bombarded by utility. And it forced them all out in the open, and Furia is just able to get the surround. With Gizera anchoring, making sure that Max Win couldn't sneak up behind them. Gizera is basically a one-man army at this point.
Now the problem for Max Win is that Hero got knocked from pest control. So like they were trying to take this fight. I don't know if they realized that Gizera was by himself, but Gizera doing a really good job of holding that push for as long as he did. And now the rest of the team has arrived to provide some support and clean up Frogman and just continue to add to their kill total over here.
Stun goes out, trying to go for the spray. Honestly, Frogman's just trying to look for even a single knock to get the confirm with, but no, Kawazin's going to be there to shut it down. Black also goes down. We suddenly get to our top 4. Make that top 3 because Toyo get eliminated. Dogs, Furia, Pest Control. All full 4-man squads.
The Dog's going to actually have to get involved in this game for the first time, really. 1 kill so far, but I mean that's just the way it goes. You know, you pick the right compound and the circle keeps falling on you. There's only so much you can do, right? So we'll see if they can finish this one out. It'd be absolutely huge for them if they could. That's a great way to start your day, but it's going to take some doing. And but it looks like Pest Control is starting to creep down here, and they may get involved in a fight here with Furia. If Pest Control and Furia start scrapping, that's the best possible outcome here for 4 Dogs.
Yeah, they're likely going to have to use at least one of the vehicles that they have to try and swing up into a separate crossfire angle. Certainly once a knock happens, but with the ground that Furia and Pest Control have taken, there's not much moving ability for 4 Dogs at the moment. They're still dealing some damage though. And it's all about looking for those knocks. Pest Control now with a wrap onto Furia. Grenade goes up and over. Joshy's getting ready to peek.
All right, Joshy. The utility is a little bit hopeful, but Blissey actually going to get the knock on the Quan. How are we saying that name? How are you saying that? How did y'all say that name yesterday?
Kawazine.
Kawazine? All right, sounds good to me.
I haven't been corrected on it yet.
We'll go down, but look at this. Joshy and BattleX, even though the knock comes through, they're not going and trying to secure it. Instead, they're being very, very careful. If they can't get it from utility, they're just not going to get it. Okay, Joshy will get it, the flush with that blue zone grenade. But Pest Control being very, very cautious about how they approach Furia, which, to be fair, Furia, with the amount of kills they got right now, I understand.
Yeah, they just don't want to give Furia any opportunity to shoot back and get any trade knocks, because they suddenly have the lead right now, not just with those knocks, but also with the circle shift onto their position. As long as Blissey doesn't go down, Pest Control are going to have the best position, are going to maintain the best position in the game. Gizera goes down to the BZ grenade the last second. This is absolutely huge. 1 knock is bad, 2 knocks is devastating, and here comes that vehicle send, but Ice Tech out in the open. Not expecting the separate angle from Kraken and Posa.
Gizera not going to get back up on his feet, but 13 kills for Furia as the Kraken can get the heal off. Maybe Furia can pull off something here. But as you said, Blissey just doing the most for his squad as, ooh, nice knock on a Karam. But the Kraken will get traded down by Joshy. Posa has to stop down and go for this heal,
Yeah. They still have a huge amount of kills. Pest Control only have 5. So even if they are able to clean things up, Furia are still able to grab a bunch of points from this game. but certainly going for the chicken dinner is what they're going to want to do, especially since they're back up as 2. Kraken and Posa, but Blissey instantly re-knocks Kraken. Now Posa out in the open, not much more to do. Tries to take the fight, but Blissey has the separate angle. This singular position by Pest Control is winning them the game. Blissey is playing this so well.
No, this is great. This is really good area control, zone control from Pest Control. And I mean, I don't even know what you do if you're 4 dogs here. They've got vehicles, but I don't think it matters. Blist will take the knock from Blissey. This Grom just sending a few more shots through the windows. And I mean, yeah, you can throw all the smokes out there that you want, guys. I don't know how much good it's going to do you as the blue zone has arrived.
Yeah, a bit late to move out. Like, you can't really blame them all too much. There's not that many places to go. The one angle that I was referencing earlier with 4 dogs needing to take was Blissey's position. Blissey has not gotten knocked here, was not able to get upset from this spot. And it looks like 4 dogs are going to be going for a deny. It's very unusual to see this in the first game of a team's entrance to the group stage, but there really wasn't anything else to do, and that's going to give Pest Control over the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a very good game from Pest Control. Good control over that north side. Now, obviously, they have managed to avoid a lot of the craziness of this game because they were on that northern side, right? So the southeast, all that stuff that happened when the shift came in from C2 and brought it to go to the northwest. Pest Control got to avoid, so they did a good job of kind of controlling their area. Obviously, Force potentially dangerous to make that wrap around, and then it was just clean stuff from that point on.
Yeah, well, hey, listen, guys, 1 map down. If you're just tuning in, you missed the map. Don't worry, we got highlights to remind everyone what we just saw. See you in a bit.
Well, Pest Control kicking the day off the right way. One of the teams that started the day just on the bubble of the top 8. And this is what they did yesterday, Cammy, quite a few times. They got into positions where you felt like they could build games upon it, but never really got the point tally that maybe their macro deserved. But they brought the fight to Fury at that time, and it was just excellent.
Yeah, I mean, just looking over the numbers from yesterday, their kill tallies actually aren't that far below. Only a couple, like 2 to 3 points from many of the teams at the top. It's just the placement points that's lacking, unable to really climb high up in the placements too many times. Here, they get the full chicken dinner, so I don't know if that's going to completely make up for that. It does put them at 16 total placement points, 18 points overall from this specific game. We'll see what they can do from here, because this is such a good position for Pest Control to be finding themselves in, ready to skip the LCQ if they can hold on.
Yeah, and Oro 4 dogs, they got second place in that map. They only got 2 kills. They kind of waited in that saloon compound, hoping kills would come, but that shift, it just didn't work for them. Do you think the deny was the right decision?
I mean, I don't know if you deny whenever you've got an LCQ. That seems kind of weird, but it is what it is. Like I said, if you get you take a compound early and you keep getting circle luck going your way, there's only so much you can do. So, I mean, I don't have any problems with the way the 4 dogs played that out. I don't think there was any way that they were going to get out of that situation that they were in, even getting 1 kill. So, you know, whatever. We'll take the deny. It's a little soft in my opinion, but you know, I get it.
Mm-hmm. And Cami Toyo's first game, 4 points on the board for them. I think 4 points in a top 8 situation in a bad game, it's okay, right? You know, it's not good, it's not bad, but you want to see a little bit more out of them.
Yeah, 4 points is not bad. That's usually where teams kind of shoot for, is like the starting ground. Anything after that is great. The fact that it's only 4 from placements is a bit concerning. They weren't able to do any damage there, but they weren't the only team that struggled to get into that center zone. There just really wasn't much cover at all outside of the positions that 4Dogs and Deportivo Merlo held. So I'm not going to put that against them, but it does still kind of give me pause. I'm not going to be immediately swinging back on the full Toyo fan train yet.
Not yet, but look, there's loads of PUBG to play for them. Still 11 games to go after that one. So with that being the case and plenty of games ahead, we're going to jump to a very quick break. And when we come back, we'll have the second Miramar. We'll see you guys in about 5 minutes.
Every time I close my eyes.
Chicken. New boss. Captain Crispy.
One game down, 5 more to go on the night, and well, finally, we're seeing a Miramar won by a North American team, and it was Pest Control getting that one on the mark. Poro, Pest Control, they played that game really well, but it came down to that decision to take the fight to Furia, realizing that dogs were not going to leave that compound until late on.
Yeah, I was a little worried about how they were taking the fight with him. It felt like they were being very, very cautious, but I mean, they had Blissey giving them Overwatch, and they didn't know where the second half of Furia was. So in the end, the caution ends up paying off. So
And Cammy,
screw me, I guess.
Yeah, that whole game kicked off with a hot drop, right? Inside of Minas Generales, where Jewel didn't drop where they expected to. Do you see that coming again? Because it didn't really feel like there was a clear winner in that fight.
It's possible. I don't know.
Hope not.
Listen, I've given up rather trying to track intentions and motivations behind hot drops or not. I'm just a viewer like everyone else at this point. Unless someone like directly tells me or announces to the world that they're gonna drop on this specific team come X, Y, or Z, it's we'll have to see what happens together. I have no expectation one way or the other.
PSA to everybody who might have been here earlier this year, maybe don't put your intentions on dropping a team on social media either ahead of an event. But I think it's time to jump into our second game of the night. It's Miramar, and Poro, it's a pretty eastern skewed flight path.
Yeah, we take it. We take it. I mean, especially I just don't want to see another Southwest Chumacera. Like, you guys got 2 of those yesterday. Give us something different. Give me a Los Leones City ending, man. I want to see 20 FPS smoke battle.
Whoa, hold on. There is a wide gap between repeat Chumacera circles and having to go all the way to Los Leones. There are so many better options in between that we could be going for.
Nah, no better options. That's the option, the one option, the only option. Or Oasis, actually. I'd be down with Oasis too.
What about
it would be interesting, and it looks like we are going to get that hot drop again. Why not?
I'm gonna dip then. I'll let you guys take it over while you, and I'll have a think about where I'd like to drop.
Look at this man; he's just shunning work as quickly as he possibly can. Well, I would love to tell you I would love to tell you what's going on in this hot drop, but I'm getting a little bit of a delay here.
Hey, don't worry, I got you. No one's gotten knocked just yet. That circle is garbage, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. Jesus, I just never have anything enjoyable in this game, in this world anymore. But
sorry,
no,
buddy.
actually, IQ with a great AK. Running around right now. It's going to be a shotgun chasing them out. So they are able to survive at least at the moment, but the split right now is still going to be favoring potentially dangerous. IQ caught out in the open. The rest of the team wasn't there to provide backup. So even though Duel, they seem really committed on trying to grief potentially dangerous, their drop strategy so far hasn't really been particularly effective.
Not great. Got to do a little refreshy, so now I get to see Los Leones Circle, by the way. But yeah, IQ is going to go down. Once again, just kind of just a little bit closer to everybody else, to potentially dangerous than everybody else was. So not the best luck as far as that goes. But the rest of the team, let's see how Duel decides to play this one. They don't have Lobes up on the high side. Instead, they're just going to kind of death ball it down here on the south. But remember what PD did last time. They had the time to go and work their way on that south side of the road and come up behind Duel when they weren't looking. However, that time they were still inside the circle. So this time they've got to get on the move pretty quickly. And they've got Sakura Zenson.
A little bit, but at the same time, hey, 4 points. If they feel confident, they can take it.
That is
true.
But
speaking of little wraparounds, Nidavon is actually going to the north this time, recognizing that Lobes was able to leave that one free this attempt, this hot drop. Not going to go too aggressive with it, though. I thought maybe there's going to be more action from that rotation. Instead,
I've seen a 4X K9.
Yeah. Instead, Glock's the one going aggressive.
Yeah, I think Glock is just he was the closest guy up. They're still, they're still looking up top because that's where Lobes was last time, right? But they're just not seeing anybody. So potentially dangerous doesn't have the information on Duel's location like they did last time. So they're playing a little bit more cautiously. And it's so far so good. I mean, the rest of the gang is kind of looting off on the backside while Glock just kind of holds the line here. And if he hears any footsteps, immediately he'll call the rest of the team. As while this is all going on, we do see an E pickup getting popped in Hacienda. So Bestia will take the short road to get to the circle. And a number of teams already in there playing around towards the center. Deportivo and Team Liquid getting a little close to each other here is now potentially dangerous. Going to smoke off the vehicle and maybe just... I think they just secure this, really.
Yeah. That's certainly the play. Seems to be the thought process of Gabriel. Because, I mean, the timing is a factor, as you mentioned earlier on. It's 4.5 minutes, and their loot, judging at least off of Gabriel's backpack, is okay. It's worth it to just try and leave and not get super committed into this fight, especially because they have finals immediate quality on the line, whereas Duel, not so much. The stakes aren't that set for them. But Sakura Sensen, you called them out as well. They're rotating in. They are in the position to catch Duel out. I don't know if PD are leaving because they saw this or not. I imagine they might not have recognized it, but it does make it an even better decision, I think, for them to just get away from this whole situation and try and play the game out from the actual zone itself.
Yeah, I like this from Sakura Sensen. If this was intentional, if they saw that there was a hot drop going on over there and they decided that they want to get involved and see if they can maybe sneak some points off of it, that's pretty proactive stuff coming out from them. Alcacia didn't bite. I mean, they were right there as well. They had the opportunity to do it, and they've decided to make their way into the zone. So you can see 55 making their way through that 2-2 split from Sakura Sensen. But it doesn't look like the forward two from SZ are too terribly interested in going really deep in. They're just going to see if they can sneak something away if it reveals itself.
Yeah, they're not trying to throw their own game either. We saw a brief shot of a couple other teams trying to stack up at the center. DM, TL,
oh my God,
and of course
Wooly,
Bestia arriving. Oh, Wooly on a bike, yeah. No idea that Sakura Sensen had arrived. And that's got to be really frustrating for Wooly. Not really able to play either of the first two games so far.
No, it's not great. It's not great. Well, K-Mind does manage to survive that, as Micah had him kind of dead to rights, but only a small window to really get the knock. So now it's just down to Lobes and K-Mine, and Gabri has since left. We're going to at least take the wheels off of that Murano just to make things a little bit more of just the worst. Just honestly the worst. If you're Duel, this sucks. You don't like this at all.
No, it's pretty bad. Losing that first truck, now the tires on the Murano. Surrounded by potentially dangerous.
What if this does cut back to Los Leones?
It could. Honestly,
just imagine.
It just
imagine the absolute madness of the rotations.
Oh man, I'm trying not to.
I've never wanted something as bad as I want this right now. That's not true. But I do really want it.
Come on, we don't exaggerate here.
That's true. No, we don't speak in superlatives.
No.
No. Well, K-Mine's going to try to get a little bit active, but as we said, Glock still serving as that forward man. Now, he hasn't been able to loot up a whole bunch because this has been his job. His job is just to serve as that front man and listen for footsteps, and he heard K-Mine jumping around, but does not see him just yet. The rest of the team, you see Tony up on that high ground, and Tavon... I'm calling him Tavon. I don't know what you're calling him, but what is it? Night Tavon?
Nightavon, Tavon.
Nova.
Ooh, could be.
Novatin. I don't know. Tavon.
Yeah, Nightavon, Tavon. Either way.
See, this is a good thing about being old. Chat is you can just be old, and people are just like, oh, don't worry, he's just old. Well, K-Mind is going to get forced into Glock's POV by Tavon. And that will be another knock for Duel. So Lobes now finds himself all by himself.
Yeah.
With an Uzi.
Yeah. I am surprised that potentially dangerous are still here. I thought Gabriel taking that truck was going to be a position to try and get into the zone, but no, they actually they're salivating over the kills. Now Furia have also arrived. Is this valuable? These kills at this moment to
have a four-way fight up here.
I guess. I mean, so for Furia, at the very least, they're coming into the zone late. So what's a few more seconds? What's a few minutes or two? They're not going to be vying for a central position in phase one regardless. The expectation is that they're not going to be so silly as to wait around and, spend too much time here.
Yeah, I don't think Furia is wanting to get involved in this. I think this is just part of their natural rotation pathing. They're obviously going to scout it out and see if there's anything up there, but they still got 4 dogs off to their north as well. So another team going to make their way past this as we see Max win, getting a little close to bunch to Gaio. And I don't think Frank knows, but okay, maybe they do now. Theraz, the one guy left behind, got vision. That is very fortunate for Vanch to Gaio.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Usually the anchor crossfire position is going to be on the low ground, but was that a headshot?
I think so.
It doesn't get the knock, but it does massive damage. I don't know if Max been able to recognize just how low of HP that player is. But the rest potentially dangerous. They are going to retreat away. They give up the truck and might have lost some tires. I think Gabriel got in a bit of a scuffle with Sakura's Zen to the south, but that means all 4 of them are going to be in the single Murado, and even though there are a couple other vehicles on the road, they just need to get into the zone. They need to get out of the blue, and they can find more vehicles from there, is at the very least the expectation, assuming that not all of them have been either taken or griefed.
Yeah, I mean, 2 points for their time. That's nothing to be too upset about. Circle does pop pretty much the best circle that they could have asked for. If nothing too crazy on that C2.
Yeah, gets rid of the water, but now there's a high chance that it is going to be Los Leones. At least a prominent part of Los Leones going into the late mid game. Whether it stays there, I think that's going to be C3 up to the side, perhaps C4. And a couple of teams are already going into Los Leones, even just as an initial foothold.
Yeah, next circle will be the one to tell it. And the north side is actually going to be a little bit wacky here because Sakura Zensen, Furia, and 4 dogs all coming in at the same time as a sandstorm is arriving. And Gizera gets shot at once by Hyman and will pull away, but there's still one sticking around. Ooh,
Penta, how's your timing?
Too much.
Oh, my doesn't even win the fight! Micah is there for the exchange, makes it a 1 versus 1. But Penta really should have had the advantage in that spray down, unable to follow through.
Too. That is shocking. I'm amazed that he lost that one, but Kraken now will spot out Micah. Fury are going to take the full-on scrap as they have 2 knocked here for Sakura Zensen. Hyman and Adam with the high ground. Hyman trying to reposition just a little bit. I don't even know if Adam has any angles on this. He's not in a spot where he can really contribute. Okay, now he does. Yeah, he's got Posa dead to rights. There you go. The second knock will come in as Furia Gizera repositioning here a little bit. The Kraken going for the heals.
Yeah. Got 1 res. Going for the second
back
on
up
the
to full health too.
Yeah, the problem is Adam is now in a good position to support Hyman as well. It's just about getting revives of their own. Penta is bleeding out. Micah not too far behind on their own bleed out timer. And yeah, I think Adam has to make a run for it. Going to smoke it all up. Hyman just giving some good Overwatch, some good cover. Needs to land the shots, though, to keep Furia from overtaking this and wiping the core group of Sakura.
Yeah, that flanking angle is great, but he stuck around too long. And yeah, Hyman with that high angle, just feeding that intel over to Adam, letting him know that he's probably safe to go for the reses. But they don't know where the rest of the team is, and they are in perfect position. Adam will go down. They don't spot Penta through the smoke just yet. Hyman's going to go down, though, as well. And yeah, this looks like Sakura Zensen pretty much dead to rights. Micah, the last player left alive, as Furia. They close the fist, and that'll be 4 points picked up for them, unless Micah can pull off something miraculous here. Nope.
A headshot right when the first aid hit, and that's going to be the full annihilation. A good start, despite Penta not getting that knock that we all expected to come their way. But Furia with a really, really good response to finish things up and keep all 4 members left standing here. Bunch of Gaio now, not facing off against, who's the previous team? Now it's Pest Control.
Worth noting that I think Lobes is going for the revives on his fallen dual teammates.
Ooh.
He's still up there in Minas Generalis, and it looks like he's running over towards that revive station. So we'll keep an eye on that. Here is Ross. We'll take a few shots from Blissey, just enough to let him know that that window is not safe to peek from.
Yeah,
and everybody waiting to see where C2 is going to pop.
Oh, I saw it swing on the mini map. Okay. See it on the large map now, and it's
you're
not
you're happy. I'm unhappy.
I'm out. Yeah, I'm very relieved.
Sad.
Very relieved. But for Theros, though, the question is Theros even aware that there's another pest control player on the top floor, or just barely didn't go into that room? I think there was certainly a little bit of intention behind that movement, but Theros is going to leave, and I think it's because of the circle shift going away from this position. It's going to be pretty medium shift to the southwest, west of this spot, and they're going to want to be on the move. They don't want to get stuck into this fight. It's not worth it for this position. It's not worth it at this time in the game.
Especially when they know from the northern side of that 2-2 split that they've got potentially dangerous making a wrap around as well. So don't want to get pinched in the middle of that fight. Four Dogs, they are still inside the city, and they'll do a little bit of a trade here with 55 as the rest of Duel has now arrived. You can see the parachutes falling there in North Los Leones. A few shots coming in from Alcancia, but for the most part, it looks like Duel should be back.
Yeah, so much loot in Los Leones shouldn't be a concern. It's just about the timing because Phase 3 is already on the close.
See if Lobes can get in, yeah.
Lobes, even if Lobes does fall to the blue, it's still a worth revive because 3 members should be fully kitted up. Really good response by Duel. See how much more they can do in this game. D, though, getting a knock. Well, Alcacia getting a knock together onto Vorpal. Four Dogs losing more and more players. And this high ground position by Alcacia, this is sort of the gatekeepy playstyle that we expect from this squad.
No, this is a great spot for Alcacia. It would have been even better if they would have got a little bit of luck with the circle shift, but
sure,
right now it's working just fine as they continue to use it to their advantage. Bunch of Gaio, though, will spot out BattleX. That's going to be him going down as they still try to make their way into this eastern side. Pest Control in a little bit of a split position here. Joshi way off to the south. Blissey trying to go and rejoin his teammate Karam, but Joshi, the side angle, gosh, he gets one but can't get the second.
Yeah, out in the open like that. No cover. Probably got a little bit too egomaniacal with the second fight there. Instead of just taking the one and letting the rest of Pest Control. It was but close. The amount of cover still favored Bungie Gaio in that secondary fight. So they're able to get the revive. It's all into Blissey and Karam. Granted, the Blues coming in to provide some support, but from the opposite side, Cowboy has another angle, keeping Pest Control from really being able to mount a good defense.
Yeah, this is good work by Cowboy. I think he's feeding that information over to the rest of the team, and Relo's coming over there, D's coming over there to see if they can find an angle here to third party this, as now Bungie Gaio is in the blue, still trying to get rid of these last two for Pest Control, but Cowboy gets the angle, and now Blissey, the last one left alive, will try to survive a little bit longer as those smokes will bloom and take the shots. They lost him. There he is. Okay, he will.
Ah, the vehicle, no!
Oh my God, that is did they leave a brick on the accelerator? What's going on here? That thing is taking off.
Dude, it's like when your dog gets off the leash and sees freedom out the front door.
Yeah.
It's just out there.
It took off. Well, the circle did pop, and it is going to, it's going to actually favor kind of over where Team Liquid is, right above the mines, as we see Bestia has that BRDM in play. So that is worth keeping an eye on as they come in from the south side. A couple of teams on the south side are going to be close to each other. Looks like Collector and Potentially Dangerous. Potentially Dangerous did that big, long wrap. And now they're coming in on that western side of Resort. And I think Collector knows about it. We'll keep an eye over in that direction as well, as Liquid is starting to get pushed on their eastern flank by Max.
Yeah. Bit of a
Lobes
dual
does go
update.
down.
Yeah, Lobes wasn't able to make his way back, but the rest
Still
of the
worth.
should be able to fight. Yeah,
Still
still worth. But here it is in the mines. Halo holding an angle. Maxwin comes streaming on in. Oh, Halo pulling out the Panzerfaust. This could be huge, but I think the couple of
look at
tags
Wooly.
dropping down to 53 not going to be worth it. Instead, just going to try and wrap away.
Wooly with the double nade onto 55, as I think 55 was trying to go for an emergency revive, and Duel read him, and they end up getting the double knock on the grenade. So Pippa now the last one left alive over there in Los Leones. Collector still trying to take the fight over here to Potentially Dangerous. Not gonna happen for Earth, but Duel does finish off 55. Doing a little revive station camping for Duel.
Yeah. Good return to the game. Really good makeup for what looked to be a second disastrous Miramar in a row, but now Collector and Potentially Dangerous in a fight against each other, 2 versus 2. And they can't move around too much because if they try and make their way into the zone, it's going to be Bestia lying in wait.
Oh, Bestia. Yeah, thinking that's the problem though. They can't get in the best position for this because of Toyo. Toyo's taking shots into the back of them, and then they can't really do anything. His hero's got that VSS, the most deadly gun in the game, as we've been told.
It got buffed.
did. The angry swarms of bees will be sailing across every game in your future. As Max still trying to hold down those mines. Bestia trying to get themselves in better position. Flood will get Hazel low enough to where he goes down to the zone, and Psycho will go down to Emmy. So that is it for Collector. Potentially dangerous. Down to just 2 though.
Still, with 4 kills overall, they're continuing to try and hold the top position. Not running away with that spot, but they're holding on. And again, we want to see teams at the very least hit above 70. Goals should be hitting above 95. So they have a lot more work to do, but just the way that the points have gone, I think this might be one of the more lower scoring cutoffs for a group stage. Grenades go in on a bunch of Gaio. Max Win at least being able to clean up one of those kills.
Yeah, I think they're realizing, like, okay, we got to get out of here. We can't stick around and get involved in this scrap inside the mines, as we've still got to make our way through, and we know that Team Liquid is waiting there as well. So Alcacia trying to make their rotation under the eyes of Team Liquid, but the distance maybe enough to keep them alive. Here's a nice sprays from Luke 12, but they are going to get a little bit too close to Furia, and that'll be Rello going down.
Rello getting knocked. I don't think it's going to be a good position to get picked back up from. The real question, though, is where is Alcacia going to begin with?
Yeah, the dip is the only thing that they've really got that they can work with here, and fortunately, they're fortunate to get 3 there, and they actually have a little bit of a compound here too, but it looks like Yahoo might be pressing them a little bit more, as Max did stick around to take out Bancha de Gallo. It's 22 centimeters now, the last player left alive for his squad, and Frogman is going hunting.
They wanted the vehicle. 2 dogs get eliminated, and now DM comes swinging on in. D with the hold, the great defense with the newly freshly picked up from us. Holding on to the dip, but more grenades keep swinging on in. Was that a pre-grenade coming in from Cowboy, or did Yahoo just really overthrow that one? D cleans it up. Drop frag grenade, making sure Dandy and Zello cannot get back up on their feet. But it's pre-smoke in the way for Bestia. Hop through the
look
vehicle.
at the work from D. That man just seat swapped his way. He's staying alive. Oh no, he got creeped up on.
Gets one.
Oh, he can't get the second mime. Will stay alive in the BRDM. As the rest of Alcacia, they have their own problems to worry about. I think Cowboy kind of caught between a rock and a hard place here, as he was not able to go over there and get the res onto Roth just yet. And now he's going to try to see if he can finish off Bestia, knowing that it's just down to Mime.
Yeah, the utility coming in should give a clue that Mime is not going to be reviving. At least not just yet. Still just trying to finish it off, but hearing footsteps, hearing vehicles, and just knowing that Cowboy is under threat from another angle as well is keeping him from going over and really finishing Bestia off. This could give Mime an opportunity to get at least one revive. Still, what a great solid hold by D, just barely unable to make it over the line of a major clutch play.
I mean, there's only so much he can do against when a BRDM comes rolling into your ditch.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But he did about as much as he could. And Deportivo will get finished off as well. So Yahoo doing a good job of holding this western side. That new shift will favor them as well, as they've collected 2 points for themselves already, which is, I mean, not bad considering there's just been nothing going on the western side here. Vinny will just retreat back into the BRDM. Mime, a little bit of loot scrounging as they decide if they want to stick around in their ditch or if they want to reposition.
We've hit the placement points. Start to see that start getting tallied up a bit more now. Now Liquid looking to find their way in. 3 kills for them at the moment, but still 4 up. I don't know how easy of a cross this is going to be for them, however. Fury are in a good position to really limit Liquid's movement, and then have it across a road that's going to make things even worse. So without any vehicle plays, Liquid might have a bit of a struggle in front of them.
Yeah, Furia, if Liquid can wait long enough, it looks like Yahoo is actually creeping around towards that northern side, but the Kraken's going to spot him. So Furia get that knock, and there's a Kraken actually going to go for the flush as well, but it looked like Furia might get pulled into two separate directions here. Oh no, the flush grenade is going to take out Punich as well.
Wait.
Cherry as well.
He bounced that perfectly through the tiny window into the, without even seeing it. That was a blind throw. Did he have that lineup prepared?
Man, Furia, sometimes everything's working your way. And Furia, everything's working their way right now as Team Liquid, they're going to find themselves an unwelcome position here on the south side. They would love to go for this ditch, but they know that Vinny and Mime are down there, that BRDM down there as well, looming large.
They want to get some grenades. They got some smokes prepped to make sure that they, limit the availability of third-party action from the teams on the west side.
Now play around that tank.
But look at Gizera.
In case.
Gizera's going on a rotate. Gizera's going on a flank, and Liquid, they just want out of it. They said, you know what, this dip isn't even worth it. Let's just send it all the way through. A couple in vehicles, a couple on foot. And now Bestia are back in the BRDM, and I think it looks still quite healthy. Hasn't been taking too many bullets just yet.
Oh, Alo gets taken by surprise. Capitan Toyo doing a really good job of spreading out here on the south side, not staying inside of their compound. Sparking will go down as Mime just... Vinny, why hop out at that point? Purdy Curdy will go down as well. Mime will stay alive a little bit longer as Toyo is just benefiting off of all of this. Cowboy is just hiding inside of his Murado, inside the clouds of smoke, trying to survive just a little bit longer.
I want to give Sparking some credit. I think he got popped out the wrong side of the vehicle, not expecting the second vehicle to block his left side door. But it's all falling apart for Team Liquid. It's kind of just a comedy of errors here, and Mime is just driving around a BRDM. I'm surprised no one's shooting at it. How is a BRDM allowed to get away with existing this late into the game with so many players around it?
Mime trying to hop out. See if we can loot up just a little bit more utility, it looks like. And
it's 70 HP, 75% HP. How is it still up?
Yeah. Nobody's really been able to do much to it. As Mime will throw a little bit of utility over towards Team Liquid before retreating back in. Luke and Alo back on their feet as Mime going to reverse on down to see if he can catch him slipping. But Team Liquid, they got the happy feet. They'll keep spraying down the PRDM. I'm not sure what Mime's doing here. What's the plan? Sorry, we got a little bit of smoke coming out now.
Yeah,
I think he might be on his way out of here.
Look, we've realized, wait, we can actually shoot that? Oh, okay, let's do more of that. And now the BRDM does go up, almost crushes Mime, but now it's just a really solid piece of cover. If it doesn't, okay, it stopped rolling. Thought it was going to be another. It's not done rolling.
It's still moving. It's still going around. Toyo, I think they got everybody here. I think they got most of their guys back on their feet, but the circle did pop north of the road. So Alo will finish off Mime. Now Liquid will be their second kill. A little bit of a struggle here early on, just trying to get into the zone, as it has been kind of brutal. Benya will spot out Balefrost. So Yahoo, despite having pretty good circle favor, they're down to just Shinboy now. Now you have the Panzerfaust.
Exactly. Here's the shots, misses the Panzer. Luke cleans that one up. And then the emergency cover flares don't get any cool stomp kills. And yeah, Cowboy activates. How did Cowboy get suddenly behind Toyo? It all falls apart for them. A couple more kills going the way of Alcacia. And now locked into a 1 versus 2. Blue at his back. Cowboy needs to run out in the open. This could be the moment. No, gonna stick into the fight. Not even gonna bother crossing the road. Understands the win condition right now is to take these players out. But Furia crossover. Furia are continuing to clean everyone up. 10 kills for them at the moment. They took out Yahoo. They took out Liquid. They took out Toyo. And now they're here to win the second game of the day.
Telling you, man, Furia flipped the switch today. They are feeling themselves, and 10 kills. I mean, they had a 13 or 14 in that first game. Like, this is the Fury we wanted to see. We know these guys are actual fraggers. As Benya will spot out Posa, but he's not going to get Gizera. Very close though there at the end. The AUG will take him down, and now Shinboy will reveal himself, and the rest of Fury. All it's left to do is see if Shinboy will donate his point over to the blue, or nope, it's going to go over to Posa, and Furia gets the win with 12 kills.
Yeah. Really good job by Furia. We didn't see a lot of their late game action. We were so focused in on the fighting to the south, but during that time, Furia were just able to spread out and basically clean up every other angle and making sure that the few survivors that there were down there couldn't get out, couldn't cross the road, and they just cleaned it all up. They weren't able to do so on the very first game, but they get the second chicken dinner of the night. Huge play by them.
Yeah, once again, just kind of being the beneficiaries of being on the lighter side of the circle. As you said, everything was kind of going off to the south and southwest. But, I mean, you don't get 13 kills by just sitting in a compound. Like, they were active. They were going on. They were getting the third parties. They took Yahoo by surprise. I think Yahoo thought that they were going to catch Furia slipping, and it was not to be. Instead, it was Furia that caught them slipping.
Yeah, well, that's the second game down.
Slipping was done.
More.
Just not by them.
Just not by them. All right, so 4 more games left. Let's go to the highlights to review what happened on map number 2 before we set game 3 up.
Well, Furia take that one, which rockets them up to top spot in the leaderboard, and I think it's probably safe to say they'll be playing in the the finals in 2 weeks' time, because they're now up over that 74-point mark. But I think that was the first game where we really started to see some of the best of Kawazine, Cammy, because you and I have been excited about this kid coming up for a long time.
Yeah. So seeing his debut here in PAS.
Yeah, well, like, I didn't ask you, did I, Poro? Didn't that? Me and Cammy were having a conversation here, and you weren't invited.
Yeah, stop third wheeling this.
My bad. Anyway, what happened?
Furia got 22 points. That's what happened.
Yeah, but I suppose back to the point though. Kawazine's come in. Furia made the roster change. Obviously, Mira got, had to change their roster off the back of it as well. But do you think that this kid really is the real deal, Cammy? Because you've seen players come up, like Sparking came up in the last few years. Obviously, Gizera was the guy from Brazil for a while.
Yeah.
Do you think Kawazine is good enough that at some point we will be talking about him in the same breath as those other two?
I think so. I really do. I mean, and just because every single time we see some new star from Brazil come up, generally they do stick around. It's not like Sparking and Gizera. They're fantastic players and they are generational talents. But this isn't like some other games where there are like so many prospects that just never follow through. It just seems that the next player is going to be the next player. And to be good in PUBG, you have to be consistent. You can't just have some certain streaks. It's the teams that generally end up streaky. But individual players, at least for a good 9 to 12 months, are the real deal. And so I don't think there's any reason to doubt Kawazine and Furia's continual success from here, especially playing like they do now. Their mid-game aggression, they've only been getting better and better at it, at least when it comes to the domestic competition, and they're getting rewarded with it today with those two Miramars back to back, getting so many points for them, now sitting at 78 total.
Yeah. So, I'm Paro. Hello.
Do it in the grand final.
Hey,
that's all I'm going to say.
Do you want to maybe talk about Kawazine now, Paro, or is that too much LATAM love and you want to talk more about some good old North American teams?
Bro, I love LATAM. I love LATAM. LATAM loves me. But look, I think obviously it's looking good. It's looking good, but you got to do it in the grand final. Do it in the grand final. Get to that international land, then we'll talk. We'll start talking. But you know, doing it into the group stages, that's the first step, right? But we're starting talking about generational talents. Let's like maybe wait till we have a little something more on the line other than not making LCQ.
Yeah, well, that's why I was saying that, you know,
True.
someday, you know, will he get there? Because he has the
That's fair.
Someday.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think he has the potential, but look, we've got to wait and see. I know that speaking to Sparking and a few other people, they had a lot of good things to say about the kids, so I'm curious to see how it goes. But on the other side of the coin, one of the up-and-coming players in the Americas for a while, it feels like we've been talking about him as the next kid up for, what, about a year and a half, 2 years, maybe more, is Cowboy. Big play from him there at the end of that last game too, as he was able to sneak up and salvage points, and that's what the good players do, right, Poro? You gotta know at what point, if you're playing the snake in the long grass, when to strike, when to maximize those points. And I think he picked the perfect time for it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, being able to kind of keep yourself hidden inside of a car, not often that you're able to get away with that, but he gets away with it and then comes out and secures himself a couple more points for the squad, which, I mean, could make all the difference in the world at the end. But again, still, you know, haven't made it to LC. It's just trying to get him to avoid LCQ. But that's right. Good stuff from Cowboy, and it's kind of what we've come to expect now from that player. He's really, really good. I want to see the next level, the next stage of Cowboy.
Well, we'll have plenty more time to talk about that. But for now, we're going to jump into a quick break. When we come back, it is a change of scenery. We're going to the tempo switch. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Every time I close my eyes, every time I close my Every time I close my eyes
Welcome back in, everyone, to PAS6, and we are going to Tago next. A map where we saw the pace really change up with some of those North American teams really picking up the pace and the tempo just a little bit. But I think the big one, Cami, as we get ready to go to Tago, is it's a map that I think some of the more established teams, like, you know, yesterday your Falcons, but you'd be looking at Liquid, Al-Qudsiya, you know, Bestia, the more established teams you'd feel always put in a good performance in this map.
Oh yeah, when it comes to Liquid especially, they've told me that that's like some of their favorite maps. At least it's Alo's favorite map, and so which was really exciting to hear, because so often whenever a new map enters the fray, it takes so long for teams to even begrudgingly accept it as good as the original. Though I think now that we have more experience with needing to learn new maps, it's becoming an easier process. But I also think it speaks to just how good of a map Tago is, well designed, how much better the game is as designing good maps, that it's not just having to like lean on Erangel's initial spark of brilliance. But no, Tago has been not just great to play for these teams, it's very enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, as I said, I'm a massive fan of it. At the start, I didn't warm up to it straight away. It did take me time to start enjoying it as a caster as well. But I think it is time to insert Toffee style pun about Tago here and jump into the game for game number 1, Poro on Tago. But as we jump into it, I'm gonna put you on the spot right now.
Okay.
Who do you have as a favorite to be in the top 4 at the end of this game, without even seeing the circle?
Fury has got 40 points on the day so far, so I'm gonna go ahead and say them. I'll go out on a limb.
Yeah, wild call there, Poro. I wonder if it pays off.
Appreciate you. Look, I know we're all about making bold claims.
Yeah.
Here on PAS 6 day 2 of group stages, but that's going to be my bold claim. I don't know. I think you're right. I think this, given the experience that some of the obviously the teams that find themselves in international lobbies have, it's kind of given them a little bit of an edge when it comes to the two. I don't even know if we can call them wild card maps anymore because they've been around so long. But
yeah,
you know, I think that gives them kind of a little bit of an edge.
Oh, so tap back in. Okay, we're good.
There you go.
Ooh, this first circle is rough. I want to say that, I mean, it's definitely
Sakura Zenson
favoring the
top
North,
3.
but this is you know what? He has a point, Gibson.
Yeah, he does. And look, even looking at them, as much as they're split regionally, they're split as well on the map. You've got some of them on one island, some of them on the other. So they can't even make up their minds on what island to play on this map, never mind what region to play in. Can Sakura Zenzen right now. But, I mean, I'm looking at the likes of Toyo, like they're rotating north straight away off the back of that circle swap and or circle drop. And you'll have a lot of other teams that are going to move early just because of how much of that north island is in the zone.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think because the chance of it going back to the mainland is still so high that this is one that you actually want to be coming in late. You don't want to put any effort. You don't want to use any resources, in this case, like resource of time to get loot. You don't want to waste any of that on going early to get a spot that is not guaranteed to even be in C2. You know, granted, you know, I think that there are multiple ways to approach it, but I think this is one that you definitely want to come in super late on.
And like Poro, we're speaking about teams we already look collector. They're going to get straight up onto they're going to hit this guy straight away as well.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, might as well if you got an E-pick up right off the bat. Oh no, do they have guns? Come on, punch the guy. You got guns, right? Just run through it. Just run through. Oh man, if they were just a half second later, they might have been able to just run them all over while they were silent. That's something I'm still waiting to see. I want to see the run over come through, but Collector gets out of there pretty freaking clear. I mean, they got another, look at that. You see on the mini map right there, Bestia also popped one in Hosan. So both of these guys coming in from the same angle, which is going to make things a little bit interesting, because I know typically when you see these, they try to go for that northern coastline, right? The army base shipyard, and kind of work south from there, as Karak just completely whiffs the Panzerfaust. Fortunately, he's got a second one, so let's run it back. I think Cam, you do have a point, only because never mind. Let's see. Just destroy Karak real quick with that AUG. 5 HP left. He barely wins it. Carrick gave him everything he could, but 55 just having a rough start to the day.
Yeah.
But back to what I was saying, on this map in particular, it feels like even when we see these call it 60-40 North Island mainland, it still doesn't feel like, it feels like half the time we do see it just C2 just pop right down and on the middle of that river and still just kind of hold on to it. So playing around that coastline on the mainland and playing around the bridges and kind of getting control of those bridges rather than fully committing to that North Island, I think is definitely a play, especially if you're one of these teams that don't end up with an E pickup or you end up rotating in super late. Now, that being said, there's absolutely nobody playing on the mainland right now inside the circle. So maybe they know something I don't as far as heat maps go.
Yeah, no, it does seem that the rest of the teams, a lot of them at the very least, are disagreeing with me, and so many of them are trying to fight for a position around Yeongcheon and the northern island. We still have a couple of teams that are around Gangneung, to the southeast of the main circle, but teams like Sakura Zensen, where they dropped here, they looted here, they're having to contend with a couple of teams all vying for position around their city at this time. A couple of teams going into the north. But there were a bunch, I mean, there were 16 teams. Everyone's coming in from a different angle. You can't expect everyone to be playing the exact same, and we do still see quite a bit of diversity of approach into this round.
Looks like Bestia maybe spotted out Collector as they were coming down, so they don't end up dropping right on top of them instead. Mime and Vinny will get to do a little bit more looting over in that western side of Shipyard, while Draft King and Flood will go ahead and hold this compound a little bit closer towards the center of the zone after taking shots at Collector. So Collector knows they're there. So we'll see if they decide to do anything about that. Other than that, as you said, a lot of teams still making their rotations in from that south side. Potentially Dangerous have come in. They're just kind of shooting off in the middle of nowhere, just off to the west of this bridge that Max Win is crossing currently. So you kind of hear the shots as they were making their way past.
Yeah, I saw that on the minimap as well. Random tracers going out. Don't quite know what Potentially Dangerous are doing. They had the bridge, and they decided to cross over, and I guess they just want more loot. But Toyo now, looking like they're trying to approach under Alcatsia's position at the top of the rock. These teams really do. I don't know if they expected to go north, or they're putting themselves into position, so if it does go north, they can leverage that to their advantage. But it really does seem that a large portion of this lobby is confident that it is going to be on the north.
4 dogs do make their way across the bridge, the Shipyard bridge. They were getting shot at by Bestia, so they know that they are not alone right off the bat. And now Deportivo starting to make their way over there. Team Liquid also looking in that area. It looks like Pest Control might be looking in that area as well. So that Shipyard bridge might get a little bit of action here as we wait and see, wait for this first circle to finish collapsing. 55 Esports will spot out Max Win as they are continuing to make their rotation through, and it'll be enough at least to keep them from getting crashed.
Kind of just a waiting game for a bunch of these teams at the moment. Still have a couple of stragglers that need to make their way into the zone, but for teams like 55, it's just about making sure that you don't lose any more than you already have. Already having lost Carrick against Potentially Dangerous a few minutes ago. Just really keeping your head in a swivel and watching that you don't get crashed. And I don't think a crash is going to be expected this early on in the game, especially in a game like this. But still, you can never be too careful. Especially in Americas, you never know.
Yeah. I've got my eyes on this Shipyard bridge. Deportivo crossing right as Bestia looked like they were considering maybe doing a bridge camp, but they end up pulling away from it, going back to Shipyard. So Deportivo gets over free and clear. Team Liquid, meanwhile, has stopped down on that eastern side of the Shipyard bridge and are looking over there. 4 dogs, though, they find themselves surrounded as Deportivo. They had to go somewhere, and they go right into the middle of the 4 dogs split here. And Ice Tech and Bliss both down. Lucid Freak and Verpal now the last 2 remaining. And Andrew, actually, Lucid turns on Andrew very quickly there, but Zello will return the favor. And now Bestia hears all these shots. They're going to come over here, start getting involved. Furia also sniffing around in this direction.
Yeah, I mean, Furia, absolutely. This is exactly their playstyle. This is what has given them so much success regionally. When
Now
it comes to the 40
Liquid's coming.
points on the day so far, and Kraken instantly picking up Ali RV. Dandy and Zella realizing that, oh god, more people have joined the party, but they can't go north because they hear the vehicles of Bestia also arriving.
Yep, Bestia pulling in, Liquid pulling in. Deportivo looks like Danny just going to try to escape right now while Bestia turns their attention back over towards Liquid, but Vinny going to get spotted out by Purdy Curdy. Flood will try to take a few parting shots as Deportivo make their way away.
I'm going to drop down. Avoiding the frag grenades. Oh, that actually rolled really dangerously close.
there
Minus
you
that
go,
1 HP
Sparking.
and a great follow-up by Sparking. Bounces just at the right angle to drop Bestia down to 2.
What a grenade. What a grenade. Gets them as they're running away. And now Bestia down to 2. See where this next circle decides to take us. As it looks like Duel and Bunch of the guy on that south side. Okay. All right.
Okay.
So the north play works out. And everybody will make their way across. Looks like Pest Control going to be I think either the 4th or 5th team now to cross that shipyard bridge, but they're going to immediately turn south and hug that coastline. As you see, Liquid might be right on their tails. So Pest Control in a little bit of an awkward 2-2 split here.
Well, shots out into Luke. Not too much damage. It's all going to be about Joshy finding the separate angle and maybe even catching some Liquid players rotate into the buildings, but the timing's just off. Liquid barely able to scrape on in without getting stabbed in the back. Kurt's going to be a bit of a late arrival, but with the information now given away by Pest Control and the shots that they've sent out, should be able to approach in a safe manner.
And Blissey and Karam have arrived as well. Blissey into that northern side of the compound, seeing if he can find an angle. Joshy gets taken down by Alo before he can get to cover. Alex still working around the roadside, has that hard wall cover. The grenade do a little bit of damage, but won't get the knock. And now it looks like Blissey and Karam are retreating. They might be just leaving Battlex to his own devices here.
Yeah, that's a very cynical way to approach this fight. Sure, Joshy's gone down, but what's the point of having a split if you're just going to leave at the first points of damage? Battlex playing alone, getting surrounded. Kurt with a great angle to finish this fight out. And it really is going to have to be, I think, some ridiculous play by Battlex to... I mean, even
Yeah,
get
they're
one
just
kill.
waiting for the smokes to finish here. See how long those smokes last. Bancha de Gallo is starting to almost get to that shipyard bridge.
Wait a second.
So there
Grenade
you go.
on a Kurt.
Kurt will get knocked, and now a knock on a Sparking. And now imagine if Blissey and Karam were here for this. Battlex pulling off the miracle come from behind here. And now the boys are arriving. Okay, Pest Control has arrived. No time to get the reses. They will at least make sure they secure the points as Blissey tries to do the drive-by. Not going to work. Karam will finish off Sparking, though. And that'll be one taken down from Team Liquid. Luke 12 now gets spotted out in no man's land. Karam will spot him, and Alo will finish him off in the end. So Team Liquid does end up winning the duel. You can see them just off to the south sniffing around here. They would love to come over here and finish off Team Liquid.
Yeah, don't forget about Furia. Furia cleaned up one of those knocks at the very least. So Liquid are still in a bit of a struggle. They have 5 kills. They got 5 points this round so far. But even with all the expectations behind this squad, they've still kind of struggled to get fully on their A+ S tier game. Duel going to be swinging on in. The timing for the revive is not going to help Luke 12. It's just going to be Liquid playing S2 for the time being.
Fortunately, that Luke managed to sneak away and hide, so they couldn't get the flush. But going and taking that high ground, full 4-man squad of Duel, this is going to be a tall order for Team Liquid. As we check in with Alcacia, they've got Yaho in a pretty bad way here. I believe it's just down to Balefrost, and he's at least surviving. You can see on the mini map, just kind of getting to that hard cover as the new circle will pop, and it's going to go all the way down to the south and still contain some of that river. So Yongchan going to be a big player here, Cameron.
Yeah. Alo and Kurt. after the first revive, trying to run away from the approach of Duel. IQ scanning the fields. Bit of a distraction by Furia. This could be the opening. Oh no, about to check the coastline. It's a solo player though. This is a bit risky. Just barely stopping. Here's some footsteps. Mutant up close.
Got that mutant. But he heard footsteps. But yeah, this is smart by IQ. Don't take more than you're willing to risk here. Waiting for the rest of the team to come over here. As Banjagayo, you see on the minimap, has arrived as well. So they don't have all the time in the world to deal with this.
Oh, the vehicle arriving right in front of Kurt. They have no clue that he's in the bush. He's going to send some shots out. And then Theros is going to finish off. Cave Mine strikes again, and Kurt does go down. But IQ, massive damage onto them, and Theros is going to pick up even more shots, more damage onto Duel. Wooly trying to hold the high ground, but Theros is still sending shots their way.
Man, isn't this just Duel's luck? They come in at a great time for a third party, and they end up getting third party themselves as Banjagayo coming in very, very late. They'll survive as long as the smokes allow. Meanwhile, Alo was a little bit further down the coastline, is starting to creep back over here to see if he can maybe get some points off of this, while the confusion is kind of keeping things going there. Good grenade, though, from 22 centimeters will finish off Duel, or actually finish off most of Duel. Wooly still left alive here, as Alo will try to be sneaky, and I think he may have gotten spotted. Yep, he did. There you go.
Yeah, fortunately, Liquid are going to go out. They just weren't able to salvage that. Too many teams had arrived. Too many sharks in the water. And they're going to go down in 14th place. Still, okay number of kill points. But they're going to be looking to do better going into the second half of the day.
Yeah, 19 points through 3 games.
It's not
Not
bad.
too shabby. Not too shabby. Obviously, they expect a lot more of themselves, but we're being realistic. That's not too bad. Duel try to stay alive with Wooly, but unfortunately for him, Furia is just so widespread, and they are forcing everyone to go into each other, essentially. This is bad news for Banjagayo as well, as they've got to try to figure out a way to go, but it looks like they maybe heard the shots, and they're going to try to head uphill a little bit more towards the north and try to avoid that Furia buzzsaw.
Yeah. Furia, it really does. Like, they know that they were playing with house money at this point. They're even out in the blue trying to catch other teams out. Granted, part of it is because they might just not want to go into Yongchan. We know how ridiculous it can be to get in and then out of cities. And with a shift like this, Phase 4 pulling away from water, it's still going to be on top of Sakura Zensen. Have yet to be challenged, but that can't last for too much longer, you have to imagine.
All right, this could be a time here for Alcancia to find themselves a little bit of action, as they know that Bestia is in the compound. They've got Collector kind of off to the side. Collector will take the fight to Bestia. We'll get that opening knock on the Draft King. Vinny will go down Nexus for Earth. We'll find the angle. They'll try to they stop down. Do they go for the res on Psycho? Psycho out in the blue, though. Now 4 Earth is going to go down, as well as Banjagayo has managed to third party once again.
Hazel with a great spray to finish Vinny out. I think it's all down to Flood rushing forward with a grenade in hand, though Mime did get revived. So it's still 2 members standing for the squad of Bestia. But they're hanging on the line. They're hanging on in 9th place on the bubble. They really need to start to have some good games to end the night on. And maybe this is a way to start things off, start the momentum heading into the second half of the second day. Getting a couple of kills here, but without Kutsia overlooking the entire thing, there's not a lot of movement for either Flood or Mime.
Yeah, Fly. They tried to go for the push, but right as they did, that was when Roth got in his spot. And now Alcancia fully committed, trying to do this third party. They have the high ground. We'll see if they can get anything off of Pentalol. Going to get taken down by Frogman, and he will get flushed as well. So Max Win catching Sakura Zensen, as they were not looking in the right spots. So it's always tough to hold those cities, those edges of the cities, just because somebody can run up on you and you just don't even know until it's too late, as now 55 maybe trying to take advantage of that same thing.
Yeah, a couple of teams are kind of circling This fight here, but Micah is fully focused on this single warehouse. A great grenade, drops Hero, and deals massive damage. Micah just needs to rush on in and spray through the smoke, but no clue exactly where they're all standing.
Oh, no. I mean, he's got the perfect gun for it, doesn't he? The smoke's keeping Max Win in this game. As they were all on top of each other, Micah just looking for anything. And now they hear the shots, but they're going to go down. Hero with that VSS is the hero for Max Win. And now Adam will find them, though. Nice positioning from him. And 4 HP is all that's going to take to keep Zakura Zenson in this game.
Huge play by Adam to finish it off there, but you saw how chaotic and how confusing it was with so many smokes. Teams even start to shoot each other. And now 55, they're going to strike. They see the kill feed. It lights on up, and they know that they can take this position away. Frag grenade goes in. Adam, intelligently so, does pull away. Grabs Micah, grabs at least one teammate to try and get some sort of revive. But with DM on the right, 55 coming in from the left, there's not a lot of space for Sakura to continue to play with.
While that was all going on, Four Dogs, Vorpal managed to get the res on a couple of his teammates, but you see Bliss gets taken down. Ice Tech still alive, though, so Four Dogs still in it as Pippa trying to lead the way with Panzerfaust in hand. Let's go ahead and wait for those grenades to pop before he ends up pushing through. As Zakura Zenson still haven't been able to get that res as Adam will go down. Oh, he did just manage to get it off. So Micah back on his feet. But Adam now knocked as Deportivo starting to make their way through the city.
The circle did do a hard shift to the west, and so this fight here is just for a sliver of something to play out of, but it's not going to be a winning position.
Oh boy.
It's actually going to be Alcatsia. You can see just on the north right now. They're in the best spot right now. But Jigayo, they come crashing on in. Another vehicle sent through, 1-for-1 trade, but Flood's shooting in from the backside.
Oh, Tatum still alive. Try to smoke his teammates off to see if he can at least maybe go for a res. He won't be able to get Theros, and 22 is going to get taken down by a grenade. So 55, they know exactly where Danny is. They have a pretty good read on exactly where everybody is in this new zone. And why not? Why not have a Gifty drop right on top of the city? As there's still a few fights going off in the hills to the north, as Toyo and Alcatsia getting a little bit close to each other. Collectors still got to make their way in, and you got that lone snake from Dogs, Vorpal on the north side, and then his teammate Ice Tech snaking his way in from the south.
Yeah, Alcatsia and Toyo you can see in the north right now, kind of vying for a strong position. Unable to do
it almost feels like whoever wins that battle on the north might be the one that wins the game.
Yeah, it really does. And at the moment, they don't have a lot of angles or a lot of attention they can give towards the city, which gives the city players a bit of extra freedom. But you know, once it's a single player up on the hillside, it's just going to be farm city for them. Right
now, I say that for the high ground, but Furious already, they're still 4 up. They've got 6 kills, and they're playing from the south. They've got all the room in the world to play with. So,
right.
That's the terror part that's we still have to worry about here.
Oh, yeah, no. Furia especially, you can always expect that there's going to be a shot of them stealing something away.
Look at that. Vorpal managed to steal one away from Collector. So now Collector down to just Dreams. As Bestia looking towards the north side. Toyo, Emmy, so close to going down there, but the smoke will keep him alive. As Alcatsia still vying for position. Roth on that high wrap. And he does not realize that Benya and Capitan both holding onto that high side. But good position here for Alcatsia inside the zone on the north if they can keep Toyo at bay.
Yeah, I don't know if Roth is rotating away because he heard footsteps. I think it's actually just lucky timing to avoid the flank by Benya. I'm going to check back in with the city in the meantime. As Flood is still trying to salvage something out of Bestia's game. Flood and Mime in tandem. Groza in hand. Disgusting weapon, especially at close range, which is the fight that Flood's going to be going for right now. Bynum almost goes down. 4 HP. Angle found by Aranzira. And the blue's going to start to close in. Things going to get even scarier here in what remains of the city.
Yeah, Bestia, I think they know that Dreams is there. Yeah, they know he's there, but they know he's on the other side of the wall, and there's not really anything they can do about him at the time being. So They'll just wait for him to come out, reveal himself, hide. Nice grenade, gets him down to half HP. We'll slow down Deportivo for the time being. He's still got that Panzerfaust as well as he's trying to make his way through. But Rock getting that opening knock and flush on the Benya. So now Alcacia has a good control over that northern side as Tatum will go down. Dreams will go down as well. So that's 2 solo players taken down back to back.
Good grenade damage onto DM. It goes down to Kamazine. Furia, they are deciding to push the city. A little bit of a headshot to Bestia. That's going to give Zell the opportunity to take Flood down. Going to be stolen away by Psycho.
Yoink.
Easy as you like, and now it's all just down to mine. But where can that vehicle even send him to that's going to be safe? Still explosives in this game. Utility is still being able to get picked up and utilized. Kraken now rushing on in, trying to clear up 55. This is not about getting into a position to win the game. This is just about getting kill points. Pure, raw kill points.
Fury is hungry. They're hungry. They're leading with the Panzerfaust. He'll get Aranzera down. The second one will get Psycho, and that's 55 Esports eliminated as Furia finds their 3rd double-digit kill game in a row, and they are up to 91 points. They are feasting as Emmy will find an opening knock and gets, he had Alcacia dead to rights there. He had all 3 of them right there, but a target-rich environment ends up proving to be his downfall. Oh, good grenade.
Ooh, great grenade. Raibo down to 31 has no choice but to rush forward and find the hard cover. But it's going to be Gabriel with a surprise angle down from the south. Toyo are now down to Capitan. And this is a great opportunity for Alcacia to really finally grab full control of the north side. But with Furia still maneuvering around, you can see them on the minimap swinging up across the road. There's a fight left in their opponents.
I say, man, between Furia and Potentially Dangerous, both of these teams have been so good at just avoiding the early and mid game BS.
Yeah,
and they put themselves in perfect position now at the end to just go hunting. Now Furia obviously doing it a little bit more so than Potentially Dangerous. Potentially Dangerous, they're just playing for the win at this point. But Furia, they are hunting.
Where did those extra 5 come from? We just saw them at 10. They're just like falling into their lap. They're making it look so easy. With Capitan swinging from the opposite side, at least Relo's able to hold off from that angle, get another placement point as well as the kill. But a 1 versus 4 fight up for Relo. See if he can do that. Hiding in a smoke. Furia should realize it that that's where Relo's final position is going to be. Frag grenade goes out, does some damage, but doesn't get the knock that he was looking for.
Relo just alive as long as the smokes allow him to be. And there you go. Posa will spot him peeking around the edge. And now it's 18 kills for Furia. They've got the high ground. They left Gizera on the low side, though. So Gizera may prove to be a huge player in this end game. As Potentially Dangerous. They've only got 2 kills, but they've just been playing from that western side. They didn't decide to get aggressive. Yeah. They've just kind of been playing zone control. Whereas Furia, I mean, obviously they're just feeling themselves today. So yeah. I'm not expecting Furia to just play tower defense at any point today.
Chat, what's the highest kill count that we've seen in like tier 1 competitive play, whether it's Americas or globally? Because if Furia hit 22, I don't think it's going to break the record, but it's going to get quite close. And they have earned every single one of these kills. They weren't just sitting in the center farming. I know they had 40 points through 2 games, and they're gonna get this might be the highest 3-game total that we've ever seen if they're able to pull this off. But Gizera does go down, and that was the ace in the hole for them essentially. As now, Kizing gonna go down now too. So Potentially Dangerous. It's been a slow game for them so far, but they are clicking right when it matters here at the late game. Now just down to Zakraken and Posa. Oh yeah, those next 2 moves, or those previous 2 moves are absolutely fantastic. Gabriel doing a great job shooting it from the side, taking Gizera out and making a send for the center. That's all down to Posa. They're doing the right moves at the right time. Might be a low count win, but they're able to get the chicken dinner when the option was delivered.
I mean, very well played. Extremely well played by Potentially Dangerous. It was not looking good for them towards the end, but they spotted out Gizera. They took out that man, then they immediately got another knock onto the guy on the hillside, and then it was just academic from that point. Like, very, very well played by them. I mean, it did not feel like anybody was going to be able to take down Furia in that, and potentially dangerous. They came through.
Yeah, I mean, I think Furia, they still got, what, 24 points from that game? 24 points is
Something
not a scoreline
obscene.
that we often see for winners to get, and they still got all that with getting second place. But we're going to have to see what that does to the leaderboard. We're going to head to highlights and then come back and set up Rondo as game 4 of the night.
Well, they might not have won the overall game, but they certainly won it when it came to points tally. Furia just went nuclear that whole game. And how often, Paro, and I say this in like a term of it doesn't happen that often, like, but how infrequently do you see a team that's in the middle of the city be the team that wins the whole game by just flowing through the city, killing everybody, pushing north, taking down everybody around the edge? Like, that was just super aggression from them, and like, potentially dangerous. They might have won the war, the battle, but I still think Furia won that war.
Yeah, I mean, look, you see it. You do end up seeing it quite a bit, where a team will be playing from the edge, and they just get a hot hand at picking the perfect times to come in third and fourth party. And so far today, Furia has just had that timing down absolutely perfectly. And I didn't curse them. They came in. They finished first in terms of total points. Chat. That's not cursing them. All right. But yeah, man, these guys, they're hot. They're incredibly hot. 64 points through 3 games. Come on, man. That's nuts.
If Paro had the ability to curse things into existence, he would have said he hasn't won the lotto before about 15 times and be a multimillionaire by now. So I don't think that's the case. But Cammy, looking on the other side of that leaderboard, teams like, Collector, who it's their final day in the server, even Yahoo, who had a really good start. We're seeing some teams that need to put something good together today that haven't really had the start that they would have wanted.
Yeah, and again, I don't know where the cutoff is going to look like, because on one hand, I thought with how stacked the top section was, it was actually going to be maybe a lower cutoff, but now we got Furia taking off. Suddenly, it is going to be one individual team that is just grabbing so many points. Maybe that's going to make the cutoff. I have no clue how to track. Really, these teams shouldn't be worrying about that unless they're playing on the final day, and only then should they focus on a specific tally to hit. At this point, for the teams that are playing today, it's just about getting every single point that is possible. And as we head into Rondo and the final 2 Erangels, we could start to see some really aggressive, wild Hail Mary plays, especially from the teams in Group B.
Yeah, I think that you're bang on. And one team that I think we're really expecting big things from over the next few maps will be Bestia. Of course, this is their last day in the server. And when you have a roster change, when you bring in somebody like Flood Paro, it's maybe it might not be the worst thing in the world going to LCQs, right? It's another couple of more competitive games. Get
some more reps, sure. No, I could see that. I could see that actually working in Bestia's favor. Honestly, like if you get a few more games, like at some point, everything's going to click. right? Like Flood's going to know exactly what he needs to do for the team. The team's going to know exactly what Flood's going to be doing. Like it's going to click at some point. So you hope that it happens sooner rather than later. But if you have to go through another 12 game LCQ to find it, then it's putting you in a better position for that grand final. So you can't be mad about it.
Yeah, I thought
really kind of a win-win situation for them.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Cammy, but I thought that Flood joining into Bestia, the player that would benefit the most would have been mine. You know, former teammates. Flood's excited to get back in. Calm switching back into a way that I think he'd be more comfortable with in his style of play. And I think they're just having a couple of teething problems, but there definitely is too much talent in that team for them to continue playing the way they are.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And that's why, you know, I've been expressing so much disappointment for their performance. It's that we expect better from them. And we're seeing signs of that. There are some individual moments from some players so far today, but we have yet to see a game that looks solid from the beginning into the end. Listen, they had the chicken dinner yesterday. We could see one later on today, but having only a couple of really good rounds to try and make up the losses from multiple poor rounds wouldn't give me that much confidence going into a grand final. So I do think that I don't usually say teams should go to last chance, but this is a team that would, I think, find more value than others, considering what you guys have just said about it.
And then casting our eyes forward to Rondo, which is, I think, one of the hardest maps to play competitively at this point in time, with the way the terrain works out, with the way that the teams kind of play on it. For what I see that at least in the initial drop spots that teams said they were going to go for, there are a couple of potential hot drops. And do you feel like there is an element of, on a map like Rondo, teams want to get points on the board early?
I think it depends on who it is, right? Like if it's a team that's still trying to chase and that doesn't want to play in the LCQ, then yeah, you know. But I mean, honestly, I don't think if there's a hot drop situation, like I don't see anybody pulling off of it, because again, you still have that LCQ security blanket, right? So if things don't work out the way you want them to, then you know, whatever, re-rack, go next, and we play next weekend.
And one of the hot drops that we are expecting is going to be that Max Deportivo Merlo one in Fongtun, which looks like it is going to happen. And Cammy, if there's one team that I don't want nearby when I'm hot dropping, it's Al-Qudsiya, because they're a team that'll 100% third party if that fight lasts any longer than a couple of minutes.
Oh yeah, we haven't actually seen a lot of that aggression though today. I think they're trying to get things a bit more solidified in their second day of play. Generally, I would agree with you. I think they might be trying to approach today a little differently. It's going to be teams like Furia and maybe even some Bestia that we've seen a lot of more aggressive third party so far on the Miramaras and Tagos today. But there is going to be at least one hot drop that I spot on the field. It's going to be Fongtun, Maxwin, and Deportivo Merlo. Yeah, they're committing to this drop. They're committing to this fight.
Yes, so Pearl, before it kicks off in earnest, there's a science to these hot drops, right? Some teams like to play passive and keep everywhere, like to play all consolidated as a 4. Looks like Deportivo Merlo going to grab the vehicle. But you look at teams like Max, they're going for the jugular here. They're trying to completely cut off the Deportivo Merlo players.
Yeah, they kind of have to, don't they? I think the Deportivo going for the vehicles is probably the best play. It also depends on, like, I don't know how much practice these guys have hot dropping in Fongtun.
Right.
You know, you know, when you see teams that are, you know, used to playing in Yasnaya, for example, and getting hot dropped in Yasnaya, like they know where they want to go, where they want to be, how they want to set up, depending on like where the buildings are, which side of the road they want to play. Like, I don't know how much experience these guys have getting hot dropped in this far flung city of Rondo. So, you know, I think it's a lot of it is more by feel than anything. And for the most part, I think they've kind of set themselves up on two separate sides of the city. So I think both teams should probably be okay here.
Yeah, before I dip out and say my goodbye, though, just the way you said Fongtun there with your southern drawl made me think you said Fonktown, and I was like, hell yeah, I'd be down for a hot drop in Fonktown, but I'll let you two get at it, and I'll dip out.
I'll take you to Funky Town now. Don't worry, I got that. A bunch of Gallo, 3 deep in the GLC, just wrapping around. They got themselves a nice little compound. Not a great looting situation. They do have Sakura Zensen, as we say. I think that's the reason we're watching them. Sakura Zensen, kind of in their midst, but I'm already inside the zone. Micah is a little bit separated from this. It's really just kind of Adam and maybe Penta, but maybe a bunch of Gaio realizing that they're in an unideal situation, or really they're just in a crappy looting situation. They gotta find some gear.
Yeah, I wonder where they tried to go and why they got deterred. Looking at the fact that they're coming from the south, I wonder if they maybe tried to go test track-ish. But Yahoo is already there, and they're going to back away. But now Maxwin, they are going to push this. I thought, and I think you might have thought this as well, that both these teams would just loot up on either side and then just let each other go. Yeah, they certainly could have. But no, Maxwin's going to go for this fight. Danny trying to return. A nice 3x on a mini. As nerfed of a weapon as it is, can still do some massive damage.
Well, Maxwin yeah, I mean, they got the knock, but they couldn't get the flush as Hero just repositioning with that bicycle. It's an interesting strat from Maxwin here. They pull up in the Pico. I think they realize that Andrew is probably rezzed, but Ali RV, beautiful positioning there. We'll get that first knock on a Shap.
It doesn't overstay the stairwell either. Gets one, doesn't give up a position for the trade. Some players, myself included, might just want to hold that and see how many they can get. But really just playing the numbers and playing not too aggressive. Damage coming up from Zello. Almost takes Frogman down.
Yeah, they got Frogman separated from the rest of the squad. They left him on the other side of the street, but you hear that C4 ticking. Can they get out of there quickly enough? Hero, that VSS is working great for him right now. Zello will go down. Andrew gonna go down as well, as Deportivo now down to just 2. Ali RV trying to play that low side. Shap will survive by retreating into the smokes.
Ooh, another spray down from Danny. JS9 causing a lot of chaos. I don't know if Zello's going to get revived, but at least Andrew is. Maxwin, how are they going to try and turn this one around? Remember, that's the team that went on the aggressive. They started this fight.
Yeah. I mean, we asked if how used to pushing hot drop situations in a Fongton are they feeling? The answer is probably not that great, as they are down to just 1. It's going to be Frogman. They are not able to get the res onto Zello, but Deportivo holding the line pretty well. Frogman will try to do something. He gets one with that UMP. He gets another one, but will go down in the end. And Deportivo should get back up to 3 strong, probably 4 if they can get the chip.
They should be able to. There's a blue chip revive center not too far from them.
Just off to their south, yeah.
Yeah. Another, not exactly a hot drop, bunch of guys still pushing further and further north, all the way up in Rye, and why they had to go this far north to find loot is a bit beyond me, but they end up getting stuck in with 4 dogs, and with the phase 1 already closing, the timing for the rotation, the exit is not looking great. Isaac now just lying in wait, seeing the prey. The chicken come right to his doorstep, going to take that one very, very gladly.
Easy pickings. There's 22 will go down. The rest of the squad in vehicles, they're starting to make their way over here. So Ice Tech slowing them down long enough. After securing that one. Ooh, nice grenade from Paid. We'll get him down to about half HP as a bunch of the guys are trying to collapse on him before the support can arrive. Guys got to get in there, man. You got to save your man. Warple.
Yeah.
I think they got eyes on Theros, kind of moving around on those rooftops. It's such a weird city to fight around with that.
It is
dried creek bed going right through the middle, and 4 dogs have the walls to play around as well, so they can actually get out of this if they want to.
Vorpal does try and get away, but one lying away, Bliss with a great angle, and then the second strike from Ice Tech almost takes Pydam down. Down to 5 HP, he has to stop for a second. Oh, great shots with the SMG.
That MP5 is just disgusting, man. I mean, Four Dogs is pulling out every trick in the book here. Playing around the walls, using the bait cars. But do they have enough to deal with the Panzerfaust? That's going to miss. Pydam will have that 8K that they have to worry about here. The follow-up grenade. Going to be a little bit undercooked. Lucid has the angle, but they know exactly where this man is. They can push him if they want with the SMG, and once again, the MP5 eats again, and 4 dogs will clean out Banj de Gallo.
Good points. Take that. Bestia caught in a fight with Toyo. Flood's been knocked. Behind cover for now. Bestia really need to rush on up, and that is, I think, the fourth member of Toyo all the way in the distance, providing some extra cover. But pushing up this hill is not the easiest thing to do. Actually, no, that's a totally different team shooting from the low ground. That's potentially dangerous. Pushing Toyo away, so that could be the lifeline that Flood needs to get revived. I think Bestia should be able to get back up to 4, and now suddenly Ali RV goes down to a Panzer from Psycho.
We love Panzers, right, guys? Everybody loves Panzers. They're a lot of fun. Well, it looks like they were going to get the res on the Flood, but Draft King now gets taken down as Pest Control was sneaking around as well. So Bestia had that high ground position, and it ends up costing him more than it got him.
Sorry, I'm trying to put together what happened here because Deportivo Romero, they just won their hot drop in Fongtoon. This was 55 going out to the Blue Chip Revive Center, knowing that Deportivo Romero were going to go for the revive. It's only going to net them 1 kill, but as we know, these things can really start to stack up, and for a team like 55 who are at the moment sitting in 22nd place, granted this is only their first day of play, every single point counts, especially considering the freedom that they have on the southeast side.
Why are we watching this, guys?
On the other hand, they're sitting in the center. They're holding down like the center of the map, and they're in a wide spread, including a solo player, Gabriel, all the way down there. Everyone else is getting settled in. A couple of hot drops on the extremities, a couple of early game fights on the extremities. But for everyone else, now the game is really going to get started as we see phase number 2 get locked in.
All right. Right down the middle. 55 immediately pops that E pickup. See where they decide to go. If they play a little bit closer towards test track. If they do, that is a lot of open real estate up there on that northeastern side as Sakura Zensen and Yoho undoubtedly will start making their way more towards center. Furia, well, why not let the rich get a little bit richer? They are dead center right now, but they are in a 2-2 split. They have to be a little bit concerned about getting crashed. But Toyo, meanwhile, trying to see if they can take anything else off of Bestia as Flood will just barely get away. Oh, Mime. Beautiful work from Mime to support his teammate. He will get the knock on the Benya. Now, do they turn around and try to get the flush as well? Looks like they want to, maybe. No, they're getting out of there. Let's go for position.
Yeah, it's not a bad spot that they're playing out from. But really, again, it's just about trying to get to a spot that they can like really flow chart through to into the mid game at the very least. And Bestia, they need to have solid final 3 games.
No, they do. They could use all the help they can get. 44 points ain't bad, but it ain't enough to really, feel comfortable having to watch the last day of play. As 55 did not end up taking that E pickup. I think they just sent Pippa up to do a little scouting, and instead they'll stay down. As Collector now pushing on to Joshy. He's got the C4 in hand. He's thinking about it, but not going for it just yet. As you see Toyo off in the distance. Joshy pull the okie doke here? He sure can. He can get the flush on the Dreams at least, collect himself a point. And Joshy proven to be a tough nut to crack here. He's playing beautifully by himself around here, but that's a nice grenade.
Wrong side of the car to get out of. He was trying to flip all the way through. Not even going to try that one again.
Oh, no.
Forward goes down to Emmy, though. Toyo also have an angle. How is Joshy still alive? That's ridiculous to stay up this far in. I was really... Okay, there it is. The C4 is going to come into play. This is going to be brutal for Collector.
Just sticks it on the outside, and now here come the vehicles of the rest of Pest Control. As you hear the shots from Toyo ringing out from uphill. But fortunately for Pest Control, they're able to reposition. As the... Oh, God, look how much damage that did to Psycho. He does stay alive, though.
Yeah, that's the important thing. Understanding the range of that C4. Psycho getting out of the danger zone just enough and still behind cover. Though, of course,
well, that could be a good grenade.
That
right
one's cooked well. It went all the way in. Only 57. It looked to be right on his feet, but getting away far enough once again from the explosives.
And Pest Control laying down the smoke wall on this low side. May want to consider sending some up on that hillside just to kind of protect themselves from Toyo. Nice spray from Hazel, though, will take down Joshi. The tip of the spear goes down. Battlex going to go down as well. That JS9 just causing commotion here for Pest Control, as it's all down to one player, and he's barely alive. How is he not dead? Okay. Oh, Hazel. You had to go for it. You had to go for it. You had to go for the flush. Get those points. Blissey, that's why Blissey is alive. He's nowhere near this.
I think Toyo was stuck in between Blissey and the rest, but now 55 come crashing on in. Like I said, expect to see some big Hail Mary plays, and especially in a rondo where there aren't that many places of cover in certain sections of the map, this area included. Teams are going to be fighting for every single compound that they can even consider, because there just aren't that many to go around.
Yeah, I feel bad for Blissey here. He's doesn't really have anywhere to go, and he was very much pinned down by Capitan, but it looks like Capitan's going to go ahead and make his way in. I saw 55, so they need to kind of reposition themselves on the edge to take that potential fight, as we see potentially dangerous guarding their location in Yulin. Looks like they may be getting into vehicles and starting to think about repositioning themselves, or just getting the vehicles into position. That's probably the good choice.
Yeah, could do that.
Stick around. Stay around for a while. There's no reason to leave.
Bit of a change of a plot now. Furia not on the edge. They're going to be hanging out in the center. Again, looking at the potential of crashes coming in, that doesn't mean they're going to be low on kills. Could be seeing a lot of action in that area, as Super T Vermello is seeing more action from 55. We're chasing after kill after kill after kill. Andrew's able to get one, but Psycho's instantly shutting that one down, and then a final Panzer from Karak removes Super T Vermello from the game. Should be able to get the revives here at 55, but Toyo and potentially dangerous in the area, but neither of them seem to be ready to instantly crash in.
Nah, Toyo, I mean, potentially dangerous. They've got a great spot. Toyo, they're just playing around the edge. No real desire to hard crash into that compound, especially when they know that 55 probably has about 7 more Panzerfausts in the trunk. Just the way it's been going so far today. So no real reason to try to go for that crash, as they have all the room in the world to play here on the south side. Team Liquid kind of in the same situation on the north side as well. So down to just 43 players. There's a lot of real estate available inside this circle, given that it's just phase 3.
IQ now pulling out the VSS. It's not just Max Win using the weapon.
Hey, you saw Wooly had one too.
Yeah.
That man knows. He knows.
We're seeing more and more teams use it. I thought it was just a Valley 8 special from Masters, but nope, it's joining up in FPP as well. Okay, where's phase 4 gonna go?
As soon as they started saying that the VSS does more damage than the SLR at range,
that's true. Yeah,
everybody started picking up on it. But okay, there you go. Circle will pull away from Furia.
Hey, they're on the edge. Compound. Listen, they knew exactly what was going to happen. This is exactly their game plan.
This is not where you want them. You don't want them on the edge. This is where they feast.
It's the edge of glory for Furia. Goes. More oftentimes than not.
Yeah, Liquid's got some interesting decision. I did. Hanging on a moment of truth, baby. Well, Liquid will try to make their way in. Duel starting to sniff around as well. 4 dogs. They are going to watch Sakura Zinsen just below them, as Team Liquid getting a little bit close to Bestia, trying to send it for dead center, but Bestia has themselves set up already, and you also have to avoid the Yahoo compound. So Team Liquid in a little bit of a weird position here, as now Gizero will pick Alo out, and he's going to have to hop out. So Kurt is going to go down as well, as they just get a little bit too close to the danger zone.
Yeah, not just that. That was because of a flip up and around after hitting a rock. Eyes on the road, everyone. Now Katsuya, Roth goes down, trying to face off against Duel, who just comes screaming on in. Finding the angle, D not able to land the shots, taken out by Nidavon from a totally different angle. Falling apart for QAD. It's all up to Cowboy once again.
This is huge for Duel, though. If they can win this fight, you can at least get some points, but they still have some work left to do. Is potentially dangerous to start to position themselves around that northern side of Yulin. So they're going to have angles onto this. If we can get Wooly back on his feet, get Cowboy taken down pretty cleanly, they might have time to reset. But it looks like Wooly just going to bleed out to the blue. And there you go. IQ will be the one that does the honors. Alcacia will go down in 12th.
Rough stuff from them this round. Just weren't able to make it work with the dual arrival. But now Bestia Mime peeks on over, but instantly gets punished by Yoho at range, doing a 360 in the air, trying to bedazzle them with his movement. But Yoho are not going to get distracted. They're going to take him down. I think Mime should be able to get revived. That really is the reason to jump if you're about to go down like that, though, because at least retain some momentum when you get knocked down.
It was kept him alive, so he's
exactly
should be brought back onto his feet now. As we see, I'm not sure potential. So the emergency or the revive station in Yulin has been popped, but I don't know by who. I don't know if it was Duel, maybe. They tried to sneak in and potentially dangerous took one away, but Duel is down to just 2 now. So they might have actually got Wooly back and then lost somebody to potentially dangerous as they did so.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see. Mime now that he's back on his feet has the mortar off and working, so they know that Sakura's Ensign is just on the other side of the road from them. 4 dogs still keeping eyes over towards Toyo, and meanwhile the sharks, the purple sharks off to the north, are starting to circle, and they haven't found anything just yet. And actually, wasn't gonna get taken down by Sparking. It looks like they should be able to get the res as the flush is not coming through.
Sparking and Luke. How much can they get? Grenade coming out from Emmy onto 4 dogs. The Rock doing a really good job of protecting them. Though that vehicle is about to be unusable. And it's actually the follow-up frag grenade. Able to take both Lucid and Blist out. Not tell you can take this extra space.
That's a pretty easy grenade to hit, but it's one that he absolutely had to hit, and it opens up a nice little spot here for Toyo to make their way in. But they do have to do it under the eyes of Yoho, still playing around from that compound. Nobody really taking shots at them either. So one last player here for dogs, and he's going to get taken down. So Toyo now has a spot to call home.
Really good grab there. Potentially dangerous, not so successful, leaving their position on the west side. Getting taken apart by 55. 5 kills with the squad. They're starting to look a little hot. You never know what 55 you're going to get. Game to game, no matter who's on the roster. Something about the team name just makes it a coin flip. Really hot and cold squad every single time. And this time they're looking a bit hotter than usual. But RN0 going down. Nice frag right on the body to take Pippa down with him. So I might have spoken just a bit too soon.
They waited for the last possible second to try to go for that res, and they end up getting read like a book. Glock will go ahead and finish off Pippa. Is now Psycho kind of all by himself. Karak is inside the zone, but does not really have an angle on any of this. And now Tony maybe have spotted out Karak as well. So just hiding through the smokes. Yeah, you see Tony with the grenade in hand. It's go just off to the side as the blue zone's starting to creep up. You tickle the heels.
Follow up Molly to see what extra damage can be done. Actually, Dangerous still need to do a lot of work to get into the zone. Oh, I thought that knock was going to be the way to do it. Tony did drop a grenade on it, but Glock goes down to Gabiu's. Wait, emergency cover? What's going on? Okay, they still get the annihilation on 55. It looked a little chaotic in the end, and oh no, Glock's not going to get revived. Yeah, and actually Gabriel almost goes down all of a sudden.
Damn. Very close for Gabri there. And sometimes you just get unlucky when the Doritos are falling from the sky. We've seen it happen all over the world. As Furia now trying to make a way into this zone on the north side with Bestia. They've got Flood up on the rock. He knows exactly where they is. 2 grenades that he can use here, but no smokes. So he's got to be real careful about how he plays this.
Posa just spamming. Oh, yeah. Gizera and Posa in tandem going to take Mime down. Suddenly the cover is eliminated and Mime gets fully killed. Oh, and they know exactly where Flooded is as well.
Jeez. Only,
Bit of a low
only
kill count
5
for Furia.
kills.
Quite disappointed.
Yeah, what are they doing? Honestly, like,
Washed.
come on, man, step it up. Konzin might need to be careful here. He's getting pushed from the south here by potentially dangerous, as Vinny will get taken down, so that'll do it for Bestia. As Fury now controls the entire northwest side of this zone. They're going to avoid the line of sight from Yaho inside the compound. Toyo still has this ridge line that they can work with for the time being, but they know that Sakura Zensen is right ahead of them. The mortars not landing where they would like, though. And Sakura Zensen going to get the double knocks onto Toyo. Oh no, maybe Toyo didn't know they were there.
Tried to go for a play, it didn't work out. And now it's all into Capitan and Emmy. Some shots going towards Gizera. Lighten him up quite a bit, but suddenly Kawazine strikes. Takes Tony down. It's all up to Gabriel, frag in hand. But it's the counter grenade going back his way. And yeah, Toyo get eliminated. Yaho, hold on. Quite a quiet game for Yaho on the east side here, but we're into the top 4.
Yeah, smart play from Yaho to go ahead and leave the compound and make sure they finish off Toyo. So now they have a little bit more room to play around as Posa and Kazim will finish off potentially dangerous. Furia once again in your top 3. Pentalol and Adam, though, sneaky boys. They managed to throw a wrench into the plans of Toyo as Pentalol, nice shot from him from range, will take down Kazim and keep them alive a little bit longer, but they are getting pinched.
Yeah, that's the problem for Sakura Zensen. It's Furia to the west and then potentially Yaho to the east, but Yaho are doing another wide wrap up
That's
to the
actually
north.
smart.
Their main force is, looking to take Furia down. They don't want to be playing on the road just yet, but Kraken gets the first. Balefrost is there for the trade. But instantly, with the information discovered, fire coming in from Furia, Gizera is able to confirm Punage. As Kraken also gets confirmed, so at least no revive on the cards for Yaho.
A 1-for-1 trade. Zensen loves that. All of a sudden, it went from a 4v4v2 to a 2v3v3. So, but the problem is unfortunately they are still right in the middle of these two teams. So it feels like for either one of these 3-man squads to take the fight to each other, they're going to have to get rid of SZ first, as Furia looking to claim their 4th double-digit kill game in a row.
Zero with another big send up to the north again, just trying to spread on out. Furia, they take space wherever they can find it. Even if it means players being left solo. So more often than not, they're able to win the 1v1s when it's necessary. This makes them such a dangerous squad. Now Kamazine also pushing in towards the center. They have a huge line of scrimmage. They're really taking center control right now. And in a way, it's going to be forcing Yaho and Sakura Zensen to face each other off. At least then whoever wins is a guaranteed second. But it is going to give Furia a big advantage in that final fight.
That could be a good double nade. Yep, easy. Takes down Adam. Immediate knock, immediate flush. Pentalol has a grenade in hand as well. We'll try to return it back onto him. He's going to spot out Cherry Vibes. Good play from Penta. As now Furia is just kind of taking over the rest of the zone.
Good job for Penta to confirm that kill. Get at least one more point. Hops through the vehicle, tries to avoid Furia. Still goes down to post it in the end, but now Yaho still standing with 2 up. 2 versus 3. It's not going to be impossible for them. But they're going to be playing together, trying to play in tandem. That grenade is going to look big.
Yo, got a little bit of coverage to play around here, but Furia, they're going to send all the utility they've got left in their pockets over in that direction. They've taken down the M249, so that opens up a little bit of a door here, and there goes the last one. Furia collects another win and another double-digit kill count. They are on absolute fire today.
Absolutely ridiculous. We even acknowledged that they didn't have that many kills come in the mid game, but then when they had to get activated in the end, once there were clear, safe lines of play, that didn't lead to them just getting shot 360 degrees, They know the game plan, they know their win condition, and it's get every single kill that's in front of them, and they seem to do it almost every single time.
I mean, it's clean. I mean, they're playing the games that's in front of them, right? Like they haven't had to deal with any early or mid game crashes or fights. Like they've taken good positions, they've taken good splits, they've defended themselves well enough, and then when it comes to the late game, they're just being super active and super aggressive. But they're also not putting themselves in positions where they can take knocks and get flushed instantly. Like they're able to keep all four alive to the late game, and it's been really impressive. They've had a hell of a day so far here today.
Yeah, and I think the teams waiting in the wings, or even the ones that are playing today but didn't play yesterday, basically the teams that are playing tomorrow, they're going to be so glad that they don't have to go up against Furia. But with the run that they're going on right now, how many points are even available? I think that cutoff is going to be very, very interesting to see. But guys, we got 2 more maps left. We're going to go to Erangel in just a bit. But first, highlights for Rondo.
We're good.
Well, another big game for Furia after that one as they get into the 20s when it comes to points once more. Paro, I think in the middle of that Tego game, you'd said that they were on track for a incredible 3-map run. Well, it's kind of been a 4-map run now, and they are like farming these lobbies on easy mode right now.
Yes, they are. That is a brilliant thing that I said. Honestly, let's all give me a high five on that one. But Furia having a fantastic day. But you know, again, it's group stage, man. Like that's great. It's awesome. Hopefully they feel great about themselves. Hopefully they are going in to the grand final with boatloads of confidence. But once this day is over, everything resets. So whatever it is that they have found, that lightning in a bottle, hopefully it's not just because of the lobby. Hopefully it's something that they found within themselves and their shot calling, their IGLing. Because I mean, holy crap! Like this is the craziest 4-game run I think I've seen in forever. It's 20 plus points 4 games in a row.
So Cam, I know that we've got like super cynical Paro on here who's refusing to get excited about a team's performance. Like, he's not getting hyped like the way I would want to. But is there a case? Is there?
It's dry. It's dry European sarcasm, Paro.
yeah. But like, I think, Cammy, the question I kind of have is, usually in groups, some of the better teams find it difficult because it's hard to understand. You know, you're like, why is the team there? Why are they rotating this way? Seems to be here Furia kind of playing the way that Falcons used to back in the good old days when they were Sonics, where they're just like, yeah, this is the Americas lobbies, we're just going to go kill everybody. Whereas some of the bigger teams other than Furia are kind of still trying to play more of a, we're going to play international, we're going to play the way we would if we qualify for the LAN.
I mean, it's honestly really hard to tell. The game has changed so much. There are all these new tools in play with the Panzerfaust and the mortars and the BRDM. Any sort of like expectation of looking back a year or two ago and comparing that to how we play now, whether it's domestically or internationally, I think you're just kind of, it's really hard to tell one way or another. I think for Furia, why they're so successful is just their chemistry is on. I mean, Poro, you know this. In PUBG, sure, you need to know how to shoot your gun, but in this game, because everything is decided by milliseconds, your chemistry as a team needs to be so sick, so tight. It almost feels like the IGL shouldn't have to make a call. It needs to just be telepathically communicated in order for it to work out. And that's what Furia looks like to me. They're just one solid unit playing together so well.
Sure. I mean, the comms have to be absolutely pristine right now. Like, it feels like they all know exactly what to expect of everybody else. They know exactly where to expect the other guys to be. I mean, obviously, they haven't gotten. It's not like they've been getting like a bunch of circle luck, but you know, they're knowing when to kind of strike and doing all that stuff. But it's still kind of crazy to see Balefrost up there with 18 kills at the top.
Right.
But all that being said, like, I don't want to take anything away from Fury. Fury obviously is going to get all the flowers in the world because of the day that they're having. But man, let's not forget about potentially dangerous. Like 92 points so far, and you know, we were worrying about you talking about that cut line and what a difference it makes when you have those point sponges come in. Obviously, Furia being a big one. Potentially dangerous is right there too. 92 points. The cutoff from second to third is like 20 something points, 30, almost 30 points right now. So that's going to make that cut line be a lot smaller, you would have to think, or at least it has traditionally.
Yeah, I think that you've got a point. That cut line will be a little bit lower. And again, for people watching or just joining today, that doesn't mean you're eliminated from the event if you fall below it. It just means you have to play in the LCQs next weekend. And I think that some of these teams, I think like potentially dangerous, I think they'll be happy to just get over it. Like, they want to get into the grand finals. They want to avoid LCQs at all costs. So they're going to be feeling really good about their chances as we get ready to jump into Erangel to finish off the day. But Cammy, the big one for me was we saw head-to-head there with Kawazin's stats. He has 20 kills by himself, yet that's only 18% of his team's tally because Hosa has been on it over the course of today.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just as a full unit, you cannot pick out an individual player from Furia to say, oh, they're leading the team, oh, they're the star of the team. It's just, they are just so strong as a unit, especially today. And that leads me to like one worry, and Poro's kind of been alluding to this. This is just group stage. It is great to skip the LCQ because as much as we're saying the LCQ is backup, no one gets eliminated here. It's in the LCQ that you do get eliminated, and you never know how a best of 12 is going to turn out. You never know if it ends up being your off weekend, and that could just ruin your the entire second half of your season. So if you have a position to advance to the grand finals without having to worry about the LCQ, that's great. But Furia, if they're playing like this, we need to expect them to play something similar come the grand finals. We just have to hope that they don't fall off somehow leading to that point.
Well, we always kind of said some teams, you're like, oh, well, you can't play like that internationally. And then one of the first times we saw that Expendables roster, they went internationally and just played that way and caught so many teams by surprise. But I think it's going to do Fury a lot of good. Like, again, bringing in changes to the roster. It's never, you know, it doesn't always work when the way you would want it to. So for them, showing they can play like this together is going to give them a lot of good feelings. But how about that circle, Poro, and the fact that the center of it is completely vacant, and you can see Yahoo extended out already?
Yeah, that's an interesting one for sure. That I feel like that, given the craziness that we've seen on Erangel in recent months, the fact that so many teams are going to have to be rotating in around the same time, it might lead to some early scrappery. But we'll see. See what Deportivo can do as well with that center right around Quarry. See what they decide to play. But no, I'm you know, going back to Furia. Like, obviously, the story got to be the new kid on the block with the sick the eyebrow work, Kalanzin. But dude, honestly, I want to give flowers to Posa. Like, this is a guy that, you know, he was Kalanzin before Kalanzin was here. Like, he was the last, like, potential, the next Latin American superstar, next Brazilian fragger that we had on the books. And he started off so hot, and then he kind of fell off for a while, in all honesty. And like, he just kind of he basically turned into a support player at one point. But now, kind of seeing this again, it's reminding me of why we were so excited to see Posa enter the scene back when he first came in, because he is fragging out. He's looking confident. He's looking just mechanically on. and just everything for Furia today at least is working about as great as it could ever work. And hopefully they remember this feeling. They remember how this feels. They remember what the comms are like, and they take this going forward, because this is as good as they can play. This is probably as good as they're ever going to be able to play together.
How important is Krafton for them, Cammy? Because like it's 3 dogs, like Kawazine, Gizera, and Posa. They are 3 studs, and then it's down to Krafton to kind of keep the team with some level of like calmness. Like, what do you think of that team composition that they have before I dip out?
The fact that we're trying to sell Kraken as like some sort of, calm no, Kraken's just as much of a dog as the rest of them are.
It's Kraken,
4
man.
dogs.
It's in his name.
Yeah.
It says, it does what it says on the tin.
Yeah.
Exactly. 84 of those players could be the star of the show of any other team, and the fact that they were playing so well together and they're not sort of butting heads in terms of their approach is ridiculous, and it really shows how strong of a team that they are. Again, caveat, assuming they can have this form continue.
Because it's important to realize that the team chemistry is so important, even as far as like the way mindset is. Because I know that some teams, I'm not going to name names and players, but some teams have failed in the past because a player has wanted to outfrag another player on their team. Like they have their own internal competition that kind of harmed the team because they were thinking individually. So I think for Furia, with the players that they have, they need to keep the team focused first for, all right? Because we know when you've got players as mechanically skilled as they are, sometimes they can want to pad their own stats a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, and look, that's what I meant when I was talking about like try to remember everything about today, like how the comms were, how it all feels, and try to replicate that so that when things aren't going as well, you can kind of go back to where you were when everything was great. As Luke 12 will spot out Benya. That is Toyo losing 1 early. A little bit of a rough day for them so far. 30 points though, not terrible by any stretch of the imagination. So, but considering what we've seen from them before in the group stages, they probably expect a little bit more of themselves today. But still 2 games left.
I think I'll join Benya. Toyo, they're -1. I think I'll leave you guys in -1 as well, and I'll join us after the map.
All right. Cheers, mate.
This man,
really
just getting out of work as quickly and as often as he can. He just wants to go hang out with his real friends in Twitch chat. That's all it is. Honestly, doesn't like talking to us. Well, 55.
It's 3 a.m. I have no friends awake.
That's what I said. Your friends in Twitch chat.
They don't actually like me. I think they just pretend because I'm like a novelty. But anyways, I'm away this time.
The novelty. Well, Max going to lose 1 early. Well, this is kind of what I was talking about, Cam. Whenever we said that there was nobody in that first circle, is that so many teams are going to be having to rotate in that the likelihood of them running into each other is going to be a lot higher, maybe than normal. So, already losing 2. We'll see if we lose any more.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about the circle all too much. There's not a lot of water in play. That's not the huge consideration, but there is water in that because there is water, it limits the angles of approach, which is why we're seeing a couple of teams like down here with Duel running into Bonjagayo and then now Max win. It limits the approach angles, and so a really good camp opportunity for Duel. They're able to get 1 kill off of it. Maxwin now arriving could be even more for them, though of course Maxwin are going to be responding. We got a hero with the good old VSS once again, looking to try and break their way through, but will they be aware of Woolie's position pitted right below them?
Doesn't look like they're too concerned about it just yet. And Lobes also has that side angle as well, but everybody knows how the lay of the land around the northern side of this western bridge. It's kind of difficult to really pick in to where Max Win is, especially 2 in that sniper tower, or 2 in glass rather. I mean, if somebody can get a knock that's not Lobes, it might open up a door for Lobes to make a run with those 2 grenades and see if he can finish those 2 off. But Technosh at the top of the lighthouse, I don't know how much good that's going to do for the rest of the team at the time being. Especially now that you see Alcatsia, they might be making their way across this western bridge from the military island.
Yeah, I was going to mention that as well. You can't see them quite yet on the map, but they are on the other side. They could be crossing through and just potentially causing some chaos. Finally arriving at that hill, doing a good job of scouting, I imagine, from that position. but it's just it's a stalemate at the moment.
Yeah.
It's in the zone, so I guess it's not that big of a problem, but they're losing the ability to make a good to get a good leg into a more appropriate early game position in this circle.
We'll see what they decide to do. It looks like Duel actually repositioning IQ and K-Mind. And meanwhile, fortunately for both of these teams, it looks like Alcacea is just going to hang out on Military Island. They're positioning themselves like they may have an E pickup here, or maybe they're just doing some scouting over to that Ferry Pier Prim location. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see, but doesn't look like they have a E pickup in the trunk, as Lobes will spot out Frogman, gets him low, but he's down to 11 HP, and Hero making that VSS sing once again, as he has got more ammunition than anyone could ever possibly need.
Yeah, I really do think that's the big benefit of the VSS. It's just you can carry so much with you because of how light the 9mm is. But Lobes does go down, trying to go for a run without a knock that you were hoping for. Just seemed to try and brute force their way into this fight. Almost got a knock on the rotating Frogman, so it could have gone the other way easily. But unfortunately for Duel, their struggles continue.
And there comes that E pickup pop from Alcacea, so they will avoid all of this craziness on the north side of the Western Bridge. And actually, not as many people dying in the early game as maybe I thought. But we still lose 3. Erangel proved to be a little bit more calm here today. The new circle pops and it goes off to that southwestern corner. So Deportivo, they've got a little bit of a decision to make about where they want to play from this, as they have a nice long 2-2 split, and it looks like the 2 from the north are going to go ahead and rejoin the ones on the south at Quarry.
Ooh, K-Mine posting up with the Car 98. I was about to say Duel could be in a position to try and retreat from this, but I think Woolie's still kind of stuck in the midst of Max win. They don't seem to be aware of his position, so they could try and go for a revenge play after losing Lobes. But this whole fight for both of these teams, it's kind of a catch-22 because, yeah, sure, points on the line, but they're not in the zone. Granted, I don't think they're going to be able to race anyone else for a center of Phase 2, but still, you don't want to be giving too much timing up regardless. It's 22, though. Fighting against potentially dangerous. Pydom's already gone down.
Ooh.
And a double knock going back towards potentially dangerous, cleaning this one back up, resetting control on their side.
Man, and you know, I wanted to give them flowers while we had the chance, because potentially dangerous, they're having a fantastic tournament, or 2 days so far, but it's kind of getting overshadowed by Furia, obviously, because Furia is just having a ridiculous tournament. But this is really, really good stuff for PD, and they'll get back up to full strength and start making their way. We'll see where they decide to play this out. I'm trying to find it. Looks like Bunch de Gaia Franks is going to leave them. They're off in the distance as well, as we check in with Pest Control, as they now have Team Liquid right on their doorstep.
Kurt now holding the angle, waiting to see anyone crosses through. Really just looking for something to reveal from Pest Control. Nice grenade. If you can make it in, that'll be sick. Just barely bounces off just a bit too high. I mean, we know that Liquid, this squad, are the grenade experts. They were ahead of the curve when the grenade meta started to come in all those years ago. But still, that was a hard throw to hit regardless.
Yeah, that was a tough one. That was definitely Curdy out here working angles, but I love it. Love to see it. Unfortunately, it won't go through, but they've already got a kill for themselves here. Battle X, it's a few shots. Sparking turns the favors. Pest Control. It's I mean, they've got plenty of time to really suss this one out. Karam way off to the south here. That could be a motivating factor if he can get the angle. And he does. He gets the knock onto Alo.
Absolutely huge. Pest Control have been benefiting greatly from having a player on an offs angle. That's how they won that very first game. And now they're really putting the spools to Liquid. Or the screws. Whatever it is. Some tool that you build. So I don't know.
Oh, no.
Panzerfaust takes Kurt out.
Panzerfaust, ja.
The future is now, old man. PUBG ain't the same game it was anymore. We have Panzers now.
And we don't have to work angles to try to figure out how to get grenades into windows. We can just point and click. Easy peasy. Sparking and Luke now on the clock. Sparking has that second floor window. He knows where Battle X is, but the rest of Pest Control Off in the distance, it looks like Sparking will hold the high side while Luke controls the low. But BattleX, he just has to exist. Like, he doesn't even have to peek. Like, they know he's there. As K-Mind will get that Car 98 to work.
Why are we still in this fight? Why is this fight still happening? I mean, at the very least, I can reveal that the Phase 3 did not hard shift further to the west. It's centering up. But it's still, yeah, at this point, they're locked in. There's no other choice than to continue this one out as we get a peek over the circle centering up around Quarry. At least Duel have 3 points.
They got something. They can add that to the 13 that they already had. Sakura Zenson going for the res after getting the glider shot out of the air, but they do have a pretty free path in on that western side. You can see what they're working with. As the Quarry getting a little bit spicy. Alcacia, Deportivo, and Bestia holding down all corners. While the south side looks to be, the south side and the north side look to be where we're going to see the most action coming soon. As you got, ooh.
Oh, that would have been sick if he landed that.
It would have been when this is a tough stalemate really here, because if you're pest control, you don't want to take the risk of losing anybody for free. And Karam gonna have to leave the roof as Deportivo found the angle, so they have to come about this a different way. But yeah, pest control, you don't want to lose anybody here, knowing that you have the 4v2. Yeah, you can put yourself in great position here for the late game if you keep everybody alive. So don't take any super unnecessary risks while trying to dispatch with Team Liquid.
Yeah. It's not just the threat of Deportivo Merlo and maybe some other teams in Quarry for pest control's position. It's also Furia circling to the north. They were still going to be playing on the edge, of course. We check back in once again with Maxwin versus Duel. IQ's gone down. Should be an easy pickup. It's all going to be down to K-Mine, I think, for Duel.
Yeah, K-Mine has 2 kills, but yeah, I think this is just survival at this point. Okay, as he sees Hero leaving his teammate behind. And we're back to the other fight that just refuses to end.
Well,
BattleX trying to come in from the angle, but Sparking read it.
Great grenades to force him off. And now Joshy's grabbing more ground, clearing the top level of this building.
Oh no.
With the blue closing in. I think the blue closing in.
They've drawn the attention of Furia though.
That's the problem, right? Kawazumi's just waiting for someone to leave that building. There's no reason for Furia to push, especially with the circle about to pop. It is going to be a bit of a medium shift over to the north. It's going to be a swamp finish.
Swamp finish. Get the old Shrek. All right, there you go. Furia now starting to get a little bit active. Going to force pest control to reposition once again. Now Liquid still just castle defense as far as they're concerned. Just continue to hold down their spot, keep those doors closed, keep those Molotovs from coming through. We'll throw down a few smokes just to slow things down just a little bit, but yeah, Liquid, I don't even know what you do. If you get a knock here, do you even do anything off of it? As Bestia, we'll see Hero after leaving his teammate. He's going to go right into the middle of Quarry and somehow manages to get away with it, despite the fact that there's 3 full 4-man rosters guarding all sides.
That's wild. Lifeline hanging on by a thread, and Mime's even going to rush out, so desperate to get that point and remove the bogey right below them. Cherry Vibes goes down. Potentially dangerous, trying to clean up a couple more kills from Yoho. In fact, uphill, UAZ, I don't know if it runs out of gas or just runs out of momentum, but they got to pop out. Make the rest of the push on foot, but Punich also goes down. So Yoho finding it very, very difficult to break into this Quarry position. I mean, can you really blame them, though? There are so many teams already here.
Whoa!
What? All right, that's one way to get out, I guess.
In full effect.
What was that?
Oh, goodness. Sometimes it just be that way. Shinboy, now the last player left up for Yoho, and he'll try to survive a little bit longer. as Max Win will finally get eliminated, but not before Hero took down 2 with that VSS. Liquid will go down now finally to Pest Control, and it looks like Pest Control will keep everybody alive as well. And they also took out Posa from Furia, so pretty good work here on the north from Pest Control.
Yeah, I mean, they won the first game, didn't do a lot in the games since. Maybe we can have a nice little finish to the day for them, put themselves in a better spot, currently in 5th, but it's not safe by any stretch of the imagination. Now, though, we can see Roth licking the rock in front of him, waiting for 55 to peek on out. Gonna be the backstab once QAD. Is this TPP? Yeah, maybe. Been playing so many Masters that Roth has to get reminded.
Oh, they're licking the wall. All right. Well, 55, as per usual, Pippa leading the way with that Panzerfaust in hand, but he's going to hear the engines of Potentially Dangerous just below him. We'll have to stop down. Let's send a grenade over in that way, probing. See if we can find anything, but Gabri smartly on the move immediately. As Alcatsia, they still have that wild card of Roth. Hiding behind 55, they have no idea that he's there.
I think they're just making so much ground now. Stun comes out, Pippa gonna go on the push. Grenades aren't really landing, aren't finding anything. LRV is actually the one to take Carrick down. It's not even QAD that starts the fight, but potentially Dangerous coming up from the opposite side. QAD are kind of trapped in a different fight. Roth needs to try and play this even more safe now, I think. Nightavon with a drop onto Raylo. D also goes down, so all of a sudden, Alcatsia had such a good position. Completely 180'd their favor.
And Roth just never in a position to where he could get involved. So he was the sneaky man on the backside, but he's still sitting there licking the wall. And while this is all going on, Deportivo is just taking shots across the quarry, and they're getting a few points for themselves or their trouble. Psycho still down. 55 haven't had a chance to go for the revive just yet. That grenade gonna fall right onto Karak. Well played from Glock. The follow-up, not enough to get the knock, as Duel's K-Mind is going to come in and sneak a couple away from 55. So K-Mind picking up some more points for Duel.
Duel not out of it. Great turnaround, great salvage, getting as many points as they can, and it's all falling apart for 55. 0 kills for them, 0 points for them, as it's going to be Potentially Dangerous that are the team that swing on in. They're trying to take the spotlight back onto themselves away from Furia, but Furia are still in this round. They're still kicking, only 1 kill for them so far, but you can never count them out. That doesn't mean that they're playing slow, it doesn't mean they're playing safe, it just means that they haven't gotten the kills yet, but they're going to start to come. Sakura Zensen swinging in from the west, pincing Furia in on the opposite side of Pest Control. And Kraken goes down, but Gizera and Kalazine both getting 1 for themselves.
Big sprays. Adam, the last one left alive. As we see 4 dogs get eliminated, Potentially Dangerous up to 10 kills now. As Adam will try to reposition himself to even go for these. As Roth, it looks like finally reconnected. I think that was the issue. It looked like he did not move for quite some time. So unfortunately for Alcatsia, just the worst possible timing, but now he is back in and he's on the move right behind K-Mind.
Wait, Roth, if that was a disconnect, that is the luckiest disconnect.
I can't believe he stayed alive.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Given how crazy that was. But yeah, I was looking at his little Dorito and it was not moving for quite some time, but he's back in it.
Yeah, well
was
Furia,
back in it.
Furia unfortunately
still
are. The second we were trying to sell them on taking over this fight, they got eliminated by Pest Control and Sakura Zensen. But now those teams are going to be facing off against each other.
And
3 versus
Furia
2,
out.
Blue coming in.
When's the last time we've seen this?
It's very, very rare. So teams still in play, take this chance to get as many points as you can get.
Getting conflicting information. Maybe Rod did in DC. I don't know. I don't know what happened, man. He's still alive, though. He's playing it out for Alcatsia. We'll see if he can stay alive. K-Mine does go down. As Bestia going to lose Flood and Draft King, Potentially Dangerous. They're kind of feeling themselves right now. 11 kills so far. 12 if they can finish off that flush, making their way through the low side of Quarry.
And even if Pest Control wanted to take this fight, the Blues coming in, hardship to the east. Rybo and the rest of Toyo are going to be looking to try and get some points. They've been gifted with a really good position in this zone. One of the last few places of hardcover, certainly the last place that's not on the Quarry Ridge. That is still in phase 6.
I'm actually shocked that Deportivo has 0 kills right now. I feel like they've been kind of forcing the issue on everything that was going on the south side of Quarry, but they've gotten a couple of knocks, but apparently the flush is just eluding them for the time being, and now they gotta worry about Collector making their way through as Vinny will go down to Glock, and Adam still keeping things going for Sakura Zensen. Karam gonna barely win that 1v1 as Sakura Zensen will go down.
8 kills for Pest Control. But Karam low, blue coming in, Battle X. I don't know if that's going to be a possible revive. And down to 7 teams, and the teams that are trying to crawl out of Quarry, it's going to be really, really difficult for them. It's knocks and kills going every which way. Collector, 0 kills for them. Puberty Vermello, only 1, but let's see if this frag grenade can bump that number up a couple more times. Going to think better of it.
They're gonna fall on him? No way. Okay. Gosh, he stays alive for the time being. Collector still not in a great spot here. Deportivo, though, they need to get Ali back on his feet. They're just waiting for this push to come through. As you see Roth still alive off in the distance. Could get involved at any time. As Collector, they are just not going down easy. Really well played by them. That MG3 would be a big player if he can stay alive, and he cannot. Good shots from Zello.
Good line holding. Roth is still in the distance, still out in the blue. But I think the blue's going to be doing a bit too much damage, and the run in. Puberty Vermello currently looking this direction still. Might be catching Roth out in the open. Let's see how many more placement points Roth can climb. Smokes go out to go for the revive onto Danny, but we have Dreams and Psycho from Collector. Swinging in from the low side. It's going to be up against Pest Control that they come across. They get eliminated, and now it's 5 teams remaining.
Looking pretty good for Toyo right now as they're able to avoid all of this. As if Deportivo can clean this up, and Roth will finally go down in the end. But it is down to just Deportivo, Toyo, and 2 solo players. Got Glock still inside the Quarry, and Psycho. Deportivo is just kind of rallying the troops. They want to get rid of this man if possible, but don't risk it. Don't take the risk of losing anybody by over peaking here.
Yeah, but they want the point, and they don't want to get backstabbed. They know that it's Toyo waiting on the opposite side. And another solo of potentially dangerous somewhere. I mean, there are so many places to hide in Quarry. It is respectable
it's
to be safe. Yeah.
Toyo will get on the move immediately and get onto the base. There you go. Psycho will get taken down so Deportivo can start focusing on more important things like how to wrap up this win. But they, I mean, they haven't had anybody looking over in the direction off to the north to see where Toyo could be. So Toyo has been able to reposition themselves and kind of keep themselves from getting spotted. Although Rybo going to go for the crate, and that might be a bad play because he gets spotted out by Andreu.
Doesn't go down though. That's the important thing. I just have eyes locked in on Glock. Whenever there's a solo left in play, especially, well, Deportivo Romelo, I don't know if they know that Glock is still alive, or they're just checking to make sure that there's not a single flank, because as you mentioned, they didn't have the most information on the east side of their position, so focused on the west as they were. But grenades go out. A little bit of action was spotted.
And really, it depends on if they know that Toyo lost somebody earlier, because Toyo lost somebody a while ago. So they may think that they're in a full 4v4 right here.
It's possible, yeah. But then again, it was like one of the first kills in the game, so I don't know. It's honestly really hard to tell. These players are so good at tracking kill feed.
They are, and they're looking. I mean, to their credit, Deportivo, they got Andreu kind of keeping eyes to the north. What a grenade from Capitan! That is such a hard grenade to hit, and he cooks it perfectly. So well done there. That is going to be it for the north side. So we've turned this into a 3v3. The rest of the squad, they were looking back in towards Quarry, so I think that they do know that there might be a snake in their midst.
Yeah. Circle centers up. Toyo's still holding control. The one thing that Deportivo Melo have on their side is the fact that they are coming in from high ground. But we'll see if they're able to utilize that to their advantage. They're still taking so much time to clear the space around them to try and find Glock out. Might have just been spotted here, though. Yeah, Glock's instantly going to turn tail and run away.
They've ceded so much control over to Toyo.
Yeah.
I mean, Toyo just has all of it. I mean, they have the circle, they have everything. But I mean, Deportivo, they have to get rid of this guy, don't they? 800 damage and 9 kills for Glock, 14 overall for potentially dangerous. He said, Furia, who? Don't forget about us, boys. We're still out here cracking.
No, that's a player on Furia.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's my bad. I hate you.
I'm sorry I had to.
Yeah, I know. Well, this is going to slow things down for a while here, but Glock will get spotted, and Emmy will be the one that does him in. Potentially Dangerous goes down in third, and now Deportivo, they know that they are in a, well, they should know that they are in a 3v3 versus Toyo. You can see Rybo is all level 3'd out of his mind with that AUG in hand.
Yeah. I mean, really good for Emmy to take the space once Glock went down. Having a good understanding of where Deportivo Melo are playing from. They know that they have the southwest side, which is why Rebo is not pushing more forward than he already is. But it, like, just limiting the access, limiting the space. And the nice shield set up with the piece of terrain right in his back. Well, right when I say that, Emmy closes that one up, but still, they have the center.
You use it to reposition, right? Yeah, exactly. It's really good stuff from Toyo. Those deployable the deployable shields, man. I don't think we can talk enough about how much of an impact they've made.
Yeah,
especially on these late game situations just like this, where cover might be scarce. You gotta make sure that you're covering your backside, your front side, every side.
Yeah,
it makes it a lot easier to do as Toyo has the dot right on top of them, and now Deportivo, they've got some decision making to do.
I guess a wrap up the clockwise up towards Rebo is the play available, but the time is running out, and I mean they're kind of just spreading out themselves. I think this is going to open themselves up to getting eliminated very, very quickly by Toyo. AliRV, interesting windowsill position. And he's going to fall away again, not trying to give anything up, and just in time as well. Goes down to half HP, and suddenly the push comes on from DM. But they still need to make the final moves over to the center of the zone. Emmy finds 2. All onto Danny now.
Really nice work from Emmy there. As Danny, the last player left alive. And I think they have an idea of where he might be. Yep, they're already looking over in that direction. We got a few grenades left to use. Danny tries to get the spray down, but won't hit it. Rybo going to go for the push, and Rybo will get the win for Toyo. It has been a slow day so far for them, but that is a big, big win that they desperately needed.
Yeah, absolutely. 18 points. We love to see it. Love to have it. Emmy with the key knocks at the end, putting them in a position to make sure that they do not let this one slip away. They do not let Deportivo Melo steal it from them. They did get gifted by the circle. They lost one early on to Liquid, but then they got follow-up gifted by the circle a fair bit. But those moves to get into Quarry, really well timed, just making sure that they didn't go too aggressive too early on to get taken out by so many teams that were surrounding that area. It meant that they lost out on a couple of kill point opportunities, but I think a worthy sacrifice to confirm the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, get the ship righted first. And although you would love to have a high kill game to go along with it, I mean, there's nothing that's a respectable amount for that win that the Toyo just pulled off. So that could get the ship righted, get things going in the right direction, especially at the end of the day. We got one more game left to play on Erangel, so we are going to show you our highlights first of that last one before we get ready to close out the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back in, everyone, and I hope you enjoyed those highlights brought to you by the team and the crew. I was going to make up a sponsor there, but I didn't bother doing it. But I think when you look at the way that today's gone, Falcons and Mira must be laughing back home because they didn't have great days yesterday. You know, they were in the 50 points, which is not a bad day. It's still relatively good, but by their standards, they would want a lot more. And if things go their way, they might not even have to play tomorrow, Cammy, with the point tallies that they have.
Well, I mean, they need more than 50. I mean, I don't know where the cutoff's going to be. It's certainly going to be higher than that. But
Yeah,
I think it's
but
more so the fact that they just dodged this version of Furia and potentially Dangerous. Like, man, yesterday it might have been hard, but it ain't like this.
But, you know, 19 points for potentially Dangerous again as they continue to climb that lobby, finding success inside the chaos. And what's impressing me, Poro, is it's not been streaky, because historically, potentially Dangerous is the sort of team that would win 1 or 2 maps, then pick up 0 points for 3 or 4, and then find heat again. Over the course of the 2 days so far, they've been incredibly consistent.
Yeah, dude. I mean, 54 points yesterday and 57 so far today. I mean, I know apparently 50 plus points is not great in the world of you guys, but 50 plus points is a fantastic day in the world of Poro, and potentially Dangerous putting back-to-back days together like that is fantastic news for them. It sets them up nicely going into that grand final.
Now, see, there's an asterisk beside it though, because it's 54 points for Falcons.
Y'all
is
with
not
them
what they
asterisks.
expect. Yeah, well, like, you got to put it out there. Like, this is a team that's hit 180
It's still
points.
good.
And
It's still good.
50
It's
plus
good.
points in a day is amazing.
It's
What are we
still good.
doing
The
here,
180,
guys?
the 180 was like, that is not something that you should expect to do every single time. 54 in one day is really, really good. I mean, granted, yeah, I think we're aware that we're beyond the realm of this roster on Falcons being by far and away like leaps and bounds ahead of the competition, but they still played very, very good on day 1, and the teams are going to be scared of them coming into tomorrow. Because, like, yeah, sure, tomorrow's not going to have Furia, but it's still going to have Falcons. It's still going to have Mira.
But when you look at it, right, Bestia have got 1 map left inside of the groups. They're still outside the top 8, and they're going to need 20 plus point, you know, a 10 plus kill win if they want to be safe and secure going into tomorrow with the way things are going. I think that it is impacted a lot, though, Poro, by how incredibly good Furia have been today. But we'll pick up on that point in just a few minutes' time, because what we will do is take a very quick break, and when we come back, we'll do more romanticizing about how great Fury have been today.
Every time I close my eyes, every time I close my eyes, every time I close my eyes.
welcome back, everyone. Somebody just said that the picture of Erangel is not Erangel. That is Erangel. It's at the docks, folks. Come on, just because it's not in the center of the map doesn't mean that it's not that. And now Par was like looking to his other screen where the broadcast is like 10 seconds behind to go, was that picture actually Erangel or not? I caught you. That's what you were doing, right?
I make no claims to anything. No idea what you're talking about.
You know, I was going to say something, but I won't break the immersion for all the viewers back home.
The
Cammy,
fourth wall again.
Yeah, there's one game.
Dude, I'm out here getting chain shamed because Cameron's coming in with the freaking. I don't even know what to call it.
Yeah, but
It's
at
huge,
least your chain has got the clasp at the right part. Cammy's is too far around the side.
It's
Well,
a
the clasp is
showpiece. What you think I'm
the
not
clasp
gonna
is
hide
part of
this one?
the show. Yeah, come on, man. God, these Irish don't know anything about
I know.
chains. I'm telling you.
I want to come in as fashion, but it's a Battlegrounds jacket, so I feel like I'm contractually obligated to say good job.
You cannot say a single thing about what I'm wearing, unless I wear it more than one day in a row, and then you can be like, "Hey, Gibson, come on, you got to change the outfit every once in a while." But speaking of things not changing, we're going back to Erangel again here, Poro. Let's dive on in and see what sort of flight path we have.
I gotta tell you, man, I was disappointed that Erangel was not as wheels off as I was hoping it would be. Like, only 3 people died in C1. Like, what is this?
I know.
Guys, we need to step it up. It's game 6.
EU?
That's EMEA behavior right there.
Rip.
But like...
Nothing? Anybody? Okay.
Listen. It was Gibson and I. We were just like in a hallway trying to get past each other, walking the same direction. No after you, no after you. Okay, but this flight path, it's really, really good. I don't think this is going to necessarily make it obvious that we're going to get set up for some weirdness in the start, certainly when it comes to the circle. But there are a couple of hot drops. There's already one happening northwest of Shelter. I don't know if that's coming into anything, but there's a bunch of people dropping right outside of the plane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look at the amount of traffic, Poro, that's happening just from Lipovka up towards Yaz, that main road. They've got 4 teams, and it's looks like an actual hot drop inside Lipovka.
Yeah, that's incredibly weird. I cannot say that this is anything but Game 6, as Karak will find Collector, as Alcacia is crashing somebody in Lipovka. I think they decided they wanted to take a scrap with Max. Collector and 55 has the widest 2-man drop that I've ever seen in my life. Circle is going to go up to North George, because why the hell not? Haven't been up there in a while. So once again, just in a place where things could get crazy. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. They didn't last game, but now we are in Game 6, Cameron, and we know what that means. Yeah,
this is where, especially if you're close to the cutoff, this is where you absolutely go for big moves. There's nothing else to do, right? If you're at 9th, you're at 9th. You got to go big.
Got to go big whilst being at home. I was going to say go big or go home, but all these guys are already at home, so I don't know.
Yeah.
How do you know?
I don't.
We have players in the past who played from internet cafes, so you don't know that.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, Flood could be playing from the pouch of a kangaroo right now, for all I know.
True.
In fact, I hope that he is. And I hope that that's giving him better ping than Luke 12 usually got from playing.
Wasn't it Flood who was it that DC'd from a competitive game once because their Roomba, other mechanical robot vacuums are available? Not yet. It knocked his Ethernet cable out.
Yeah. Robots are out to ruin Flood's life, honestly. As Sakura Zen said, we'll send 2. Are they going to keep sending them, or are they just scouting it? No, they're just going to full on send. Okay, get yourself a spot in the new zone.
Yeah.
Adam and Hyman, I guess, bring up the rear.
My guess about that play is they're leaving Adam and Hyman to continue to loot up, but they're sending 2 people into the center of the zone because it is North George in the center of the zone. You're not at risk of landing on a full squad. There are so many positions that you can take there and just hide out and then shepherd the rest of your team in. So I definitely see the play there. It avoids having to cross the bridge, at least have a couple of members in the zone without having to run the risk of crossing the bridge and running into any bridge camps.
No, it's not a weird play by any means. It's hopefully the angle that the E pickup is taking is gonna help them or let them avoid anybody who's making their way in, such as Toyo right now, or Pest Control, who's looting up in North George. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. Collector, meanwhile, all by himself in Mansion. He's going to hear the motor of Aranzera drive just past him, so he'll be okay. As Collector, going to have to play this one without Mr. 4 Earth, unless they can find his blue chip, and he's got a revive station right there in the mansion with him.
True. Have it right there.
Get him back.
I mean, huh?
I said, get him back, man. No,
Oh.
if they, well, he's got to find the box
Yeah, I
first.
gotta
But
find
Team
it
Liquid,
first, yeah.
oh no! Immediately coming from South George, they're going to come in to this eastern side of North George. But BattleX is out in the middle of nowhere. He had no vehicle, no nothing, and he had no support either. So now he has no life.
Yeah, really good job of Liquid to find this opening and to take it. Battlex out in the open like that, just completely caught off guard. But we're about almost 5 minutes in. A bit of a unforced error, you got to say, for Pest Control to just give up an opportunity like that. It's very, very scary to play in the center of Phase 1 where that's your loot spot. Because usually you're used to rotating out of it. Now you got to figure out, wait a second, so what's the game plan if we're staying here? And your timings get all wonky, but you really do need to play expecting a team to arrive at any minute.
Yep, and you got to be aware that you could get pushed from any side, so you're basically playing surrounded. So the center circle luck, quote unquote, that you get kind of puts you in a tougher spot. Well, we'll see what Pest Control does from this point out after having a pretty good game last game. Let's see if they can pull another one together with 3, as Team Liquid still looking around. Sparking has an unloaded shotgun, but I think they
put some
realize
shells
that
into
they're all
that.
by themselves.
A nice 2-2 split for Liquid to grab with that move.
Yeah.
2 on the north, 2 on the south, making sure they have options for whichever way Phase 2 goes. But other teams, they're still just going for fights. 55 right now, trying to catch QAD on the rotate. QAD avoided Lepovka. They were just dropping for vehicles in the beginning, what we thought was potentially a hot drop, because they grabbed vehicle, went all the way down to Milta Power. Now they're coming all the way back up. 55 looking to try and stop this run, but it seems like QAD are able to make their way through this first leg. A couple of members left in Mansion. Trying to deal some further damage.
The Collector is still kind of split there. But it looks like Saiga, this feels like 55 just like doing a camp of, man, but we thought Alcacia was doing the same thing. So I don't know, Max, when maybe they get out of this, but Pippa, as his tradition, still has that Panzerfaust in hand. He's going to kick himself as he sees the car running away from where he is.
Yeah, bit of a unfortunate misses of the Panzerfaust for Pippa and 55 in a couple of games that we've seen today. Doesn't mean that they should stop trying, though. It's such a powerful weapon to start a fight off.
Oh my goodness.
Big tag onto Sparking. Got behind that cover just in time.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I didn't know the Mini 14 still did that much damage. Every
Is that
time
a
I hit
Mini?
somebody with it, it tickles. Yeah, he's holding it.
Wow.
Okay. All right. Well, Spark is still alive though. They for their trouble to get the red zone, as we see Mime with that ERDM. We saw Bestia making pretty decent use out of it earlier on Miramar. Kept him alive for quite some time.
Yeah.
And
Oh, no, the BRDM meta
I have
has
no
been
idea.
very interesting to see develop. Ever since its nerf, it's not like super oppressive, super OP, but most of the time when you see teams use it, it's kind of just like as a scouting maneuver. Oftentimes you'll see one player in the BRDM and they're kind of just running circles around an area, or just slowly using it to peek over a ridge, back down, back over, back down, just to get some information without the threat of being instantly knocked. Right now, it's also really good to just approach an area, see if you get shot, and if you don't, well, it is free. Unfortunately for
Man.
Bestia, this is not free. Potentially
They're gonna be
dangerous, lying in wait.
they'd be so mad about this. Like, why are they still here?
Right.
Why are they still here? But they are all split up. I mean, Bestia, the only reason you're coming into Pachinki at this point is because you feel like you need more loot, right? Like, how much loot do you feel like you need to push in? But it doesn't look like they're going to go much further in, but it might not matter. Oh, nice spray from Tavon, but not enough to get the knock on to Mime.
And really good cover. I don't think
Nice
Flood was
follow-up
expecting
grenade.
someone to peek out, but it was at the right angle to push Tavon away, and now Bestia, they are running away, which is the right play. This isn't even in the zone. There was no reason to fight for this, especially now
That
they realize that, oh god, there's a whole squad here. We don't know what angles they're going to be holding on. Let's just leave.
Yeah, no, I gotta give credit to Flood there. You did touch on it, but he absolutely flipped on him and made sure to keep Mime alive there. So that was very, very well played by him, as Bestia will go about their day with their oversized minivan. Yeah, get another US too. Why not?
Why not?
Why not? And potentially dangerous. Try to do a little cheeky camp, but it does not pay
Why?
off in the end.
Why are we in the blue? 55 are so desperate for points that they're going to be chasing Collector out in the blue. Oop, almost caught Hazel. Hazel got a bit of damage onto Arnzera in return, but the rest of 55, I don't know where they are. Arnzera is here alone, running out of jammer pack fuel.
I'm trying to put together what happened here. I think 55 tried to do a camp on Max Win in Lipovka. It didn't play out. So now they're eating blue. They're making their way in. They had no idea the Collector would even still be here, and now they take a shot, and Collector's just going to go ahead and move once again. So 55, I'm going to give them credit for trying to stick around and see if they can maybe get some points from the blue in this last game of the day, as the circle will cut off to the north.
Yeah, north side of the river. Rest of Liquid going to be joining up with the northern team, the northern set. Not a bad place for them to play out of. Alcazia on the opposite side, coming up from shooting range, but it's Furia in front of them. They might have had a stinker of a match previously, but every team gets one. Even the greatest teams, they have one game that they don't perform in the final. Yeah, that makes this even more ridiculous. Roth taking time to line it up, and with the team shooting, Kraken goes down.
All right, it's a Kraken. We'll go down. As you said, Post is still on foot, but the rest of Furia, they're coming over here. I mean, they've got all... Why not? I mean, they can take any fight in the world that they want right now. Meanwhile, Yahoo, they get in a little bit of trouble over by Cube. It's down to just Poonage playing around the wall as they are getting pushed by Toyo. Benya going into the compound, playing around the sides. Got a grenade in hand. We'll throw it. We'll miss. And we'll spray through. We'll find Poonage, and Yahoo will go down in 16th.
Sitting at 67 points. I don't know if it's going to be enough for your hoe. Had a really, really good day one. Weren't able to follow it up with quite as many fireworks. Bunch of Gaio now following on up. Toyo still can't get the revive on the Capitan. Not just yet. Benya heard the vehicle, saw the enemy, took Franks down.
Franks not reading that very well there, as Benya still playing around the staircase. Capitan slowly bleeding out. Theros goes down. Benya has that high ground, grenade in hand. Emmy playing around the walls. This bunch of the Gaia, they wanted this fight, and it is not working out for him so far, as Paidim will dance in and out of the windows. Emmy dancing around the smoke. Benya with the high side will spot out Paidim, and that is now Toyo holding the line, and they are down to just one for Bancha de Gallo.
We love these points. Keep them coming. Bancha just kind of swing on in, but don't have a lot of fire behind them. It's 22 centimeters, though. Still left standing. Could still save this for the squad. Theros has been bleeding out. Not going to stick the res. In fact, running aggressive, running directly into a grenade.
Ooh,
It's going to be the spray down from Emmy to take him down. Bunch of guys get eliminated. Now back
Oh
to
my
55
goodness.
RN0. All of a sudden, last one standing. Hey, look, it's 55. They do fight Max Win after all.
The fight that refused to start and now refuses to end is 55. I guess they decided they wanted this, but it's not really working out in their favor, as Technosh, well, guess what, Pippa, other people can use Panzers too.
It's a grenade. Trying to find the tree. Technosh runs out, but just gets popped in the head almost immediately. So a couple of kill points going the way of 55, but tags from Frogman bring RN0 very, very low. Has to instantly first aid kit because of the blue. But it's not going to be enough. Hero finds the angle. The VSS still doing work. Still putting points on the board. And now potentially dangerous. All of a sudden from Chinky, they find themselves in a fight with QAD.
Oh, nice drive by there from Glock. And that'll Well, that'll ruin QAD's day, essentially. Cowboy now the last player left alive is Toyo. They're getting pushed once again, and at the end of the day, 3 times was just too much. Deportivo will clean them up, and Toyo out in 13th place, but not before getting 7 kills. So they add to their total. They find themselves with 54 points overall.
Again, throwing everyone's memories back to previous 8-point cutoffs in group stage from PASs. It has been as low as like 75. So QAD, they're not 100% out, but only at 77. Whoever that last player is, Cowboy, needs to try and grab as many points as they can. It's not going to be a comfortable watch for them on Sunday, but I think there's still a chance.
Bestia slowly making their way through the hills of Erangel. Duel just on their south side. Looks like DraftKings had a little bit of a angle onto them, so they know that they are not alone. Hates all windows.
Good.
Go ahead and take those out. We are down to
They're
just
so
43
dusty.
alive in phase 3. They are dusty.
Yeah, get some Windex on that at least.
Some lotion on that. Well, all right, so let's see. What do we got? Really just long range battles for the foreseeable, it seems like right now. Nobody really close to each other, on top of each other. Pest control maybe get close to Liquid, but they know exactly where they are. That's probably the closest one. Sakura Zenson starting to creep up into that airplane crash area where Four Dogs is holding it down. But Sakura Zenson not full strength together, so they have to be careful about how they approach that, as Cowboy has a BRDM of his own. Well, if you want to survive a little bit later in the game for Alcancia, that's one way to do it.
One way to do it, though. The Collector are landing a couple of shots into that vehicle. Let's see how much health it has later on into the game. Okay, still sitting around 50. That's not bad, but now running directly into Sakura Zensen. I have a feeling that Cowboys still has a bit more work to do to grab some points.
Yeah, and I think Sakura Zensen was looking for any excuse not to have to push into this airplane crash just yet, and now Cowboy's giving him a perfect reason to turn around. But it looks like he spotted them out, so he'll head back off to the north and back into the eyes of Collector as he tries to find a spot where he can stay, but he's going to take a little bit more damage on that tank.
Starting to smoke. Having to go out in the blue.
Four
to find
Dogs.
some
Four Dogs is
safety.
going to know now that Sakura Zensen is right there, as well as Cowboy has to hop out. He's going to have a tree to hide behind, but he is eating blue zone now.
But you know what? Let's just give Furia another advantage. Look at that circle shift.
Sure,
I
why
think
not?
for all the work that they've done on the edge, let's just have a final vacation, sip some Mai Tais,
Yeah.
have some snacks, charcuterie
Just fine.
board. Yeah. Final victory lap of a fantastic day 2 of the group stage for them.
Absolutely. Well, see Max Win getting Technosh back, as Duel now have some unkind neighbors right below him. They would love to be able to kill K-Mind here and give that over to Technosh, but it looks like he managed to find a little bit of something for himself. Bestia, meanwhile, Mime, bulldog that he is going to send it right down into that fight to see if he can third party and get something off of it. But it looks like DraftKings will get the knock on IQ. I'm continuing to just roll around in there. I believe he's still in that BRDM, so okay, there you go. Look at that. Mime will run over Lobes to get the point, but a lot of fighting going on in the northwest here as pest control, they couldn't deal with Team Liquid, so they had to send it off to the north, and unfortunately they run right into Sakura Zensen.
Yeah, opened up with the Great Panzer Faust 5 Penta. Gonna be them shut down. 10 teams left standing here. Max Win, 6 kills for them so far, but Danny popping out of nowhere, taking Shap 2K down, cleaning that one up almost instantly. Not gonna overstay his welcome. Now Technosh also goes down. A great frag grenade by Zello. So, right when I thought they might have had a good position here, it's all down to Frogman and Hero playing along the coastline.
You know what I love the most about Hero is that he's got the VSS, but he's also he's like, I don't need another gun. The VSS is the only thing I need. I'll have the first aid kit in the health thing in my other slot. I only need one gun. VSS is bae.
It's a sniper, it's a DMR, and it's a rifle all in one. It really is the perfect weapon.
Truly is. Well, Four Dogs, they heard all of this action going off to their west and to their north, and they're starting to creep out to see if they can maybe get involved. But Collector now having to take the fight to potentially dangerous, as Glock will get taken down. Now Tony and Gabriel still starting to creep over there. Cowboy will get 2 points as he has managed to stay alive for Alcacia, but does go down in the end of Gabriel.
Still got 2. Listen, job done, okay? Any point that you can find when you're down to a solo, especially this early into the game, I think they gotta be happy with that. Though, I don't know about being happy with 79 points. That's still gonna put them very, very close to the line. Gotta see Gabriel cleaning up some more members of Collector. And look, 12 gets put down by
Get
Penta.
tapped with an M24? Or no, that was Penta. Okay. I thought that was Adam tapping him with the M249. That was gonna be nuts. But no, Penta is just fragging today. He is feeling it. Gabriel, go ahead and get a little bit more loot infusion as Four Dogs finally deciding to leave that airplane crash and start creeping around to the north, see if they can clean up what's on left of potentially dangerous. Meanwhile, Luke 12 gets knocked, and Sakura Zensen, Pentalol still peeking around to see if he can do some work on his former teammates.
Bliss catching Gabriel completely unawares, but peeking in from the opposite side, we have a grenade from Nidavon. It's gonna go a bit too far, and now Four Dogs knows that there are some more players up in this angle, up in this direction. Nidavon's just waiting. Here's the footsteps. Dodges the grenade. Doesn't get the kill once they peek up and over, and now it's up to Tony to try and group on up and provide some support.
If nothing else, it opens up a little bit of a window here for Tony to make his way in, and he's going to find the knock on a Bliss, but will get traded down by Lucid, and now Nidavon, the last player left alive, will spot out Ice Tech, will at least clean up that point. Another kill collected for potentially dangerous, only 6 points removed from Furia. As we have been talking, singing Furia's praises all day, but potentially dangerous has put in just as good a performance. They will try to survive just a little bit longer here.
One player up, a tree and a prayer, but still 10 kills for them. It's been a hard run from Pachiki, and it does finally get shut down, but a couple of placement points and a huge number of kills, potentially dangerous. Yeah, putting up a great performance today. But here comes Furia with a P90 in hand. Swinging
13,
up and over.
Under 20 left alive, Furia gets activated. It's a terrifying thing.
Yeah. And the second most points of the team still alive is 61. Below half of what Furia have. I'm not saying that means that they're gonna automatically win this game, but it just shows how strong of they've really been.
I'll tell you what, obviously, Team Liquid stand to gain the most off of this if they can put something together, if they can manage to rustle out a win here. They're in a little bit of trouble. We'll get the knock on Alley RVs. The Kraken going to go down, and there you go. Deportivo get cleaned up by Team Liquid. So more points as they continue to climb up the leaderboard. Only 2 points removed now from Sakura Zensen, who are causing all types of problems here for Furia.
Yeah, Furia weren't able to just swing on through like they usually have been. Poster running away. Kraken goes down. Not going to go for the revive there. Kawazin probably calling in the backup regardless because of the approach of Bestia down to the south. And look at the circle shifting away from this position once again. Pretty hard shift southwest. This is great for Liquid. Yeah, they're loving this, especially considering Bestia and Furia, the two biggest threats in terms of manpower, are likely going to fight each other before they even consider fighting the center of the zone.
Let's see if, well, I don't know if Furia will even be able to get close enough to get it, but Kawazin will find the spray on the Flood. What a spray, as he just instantly murks Flood. They'll get him, carry him away, anticipating the grenade follow-up. So smart play from Bestia once again, but now Posa has arrived. Kawazin has to slow down here just long enough to wait for his teammate to arrive. The utility not finding its mark, as Vinny will try to guard the ridge line while Flood gets revived.
Watch the minimap. Look at Sakura Zensen. They're not going to fight for the center. They're going to take this opportunity to wrap their own selves. See if they can't catch Furia in the back. I mean, this is going to be a huge leg up for the chicken dinner for Liquid. All these teams seem to be fighting each other before focusing on their position in the center, but a great headshot to finish Posa down. One member
Big
left
knock.
standing for Fury, and now suddenly getting shot in the back, realizing how bad of a situation that they're in, taking the fight against one, taking the fight against both, dealing enough damage to push Sakura Zensen away.
Those first shots from Kalenzen have been so on the mark. And he keep himself alive for a little bit longer here. Bestia just pulling away at this point as Micah, don't want to stick around with that one. There you go. Kalenzen will go down, but not before he takes out Micah. So Penta, I don't think can go for this res. No, he's got to go and play this one out by himself, but 600 damage for himself so far, 3 kills. Team Liquid just waiting to see if Bestia will give them an opportunity to open this thing up, as Vinny has been spotted out. Sparking, they have an idea of where everybody is on the map right now.
Waiting for the opportunity to get the knock, and then when DraftKings stands still for just a second too long, but it just wasn't enough. Dragunov can still be quite difficult to land consecutive shots in a row. And look at the picture-in-picture. Kurt now pushing to the north, running into Sakura Zensen. Couple of tags onto Pentalol by Ayla to help soften things up, and then the frag grenade's going to do the rest of the work.
Beautiful teamwork. Beautiful teamwork there from Liquid, as you would expect. These guys who have been together for so long. And he gets taken out of the car, and Sparking will flush and secure. 6 kills now for Team Liquid, 5 in the pocket of Purdy Curdy, as now Draft King and Flood are left to do the seemingly impossible. How do you take out Liquid when they know exactly where you are? They've got a full spread here. Purdy Curdy does need to be careful. Don't want to give them an easy knock and flush here, because if he goes down, he is not likely to get back up.
Yeah. A couple of emergency cover flares being pulled out by both teams. Big headshot, but Kurt is still alive. And now they're going to use this opportunity to take some extra ground, pushing forward. Flood is going to make it to one of the Doritos.
Still
Actually
going.
past that, going into it. And actually, Kurt goes down. Flood was relying on DraftKings to make the open for Flood to continue on that run, and they have found a pivot point into the zone. 2 versus 2 now. Absolutely huge knock from DraftKings.
And that was the big concern. If Purdy Curdy gets knocked there, he's not going to get back up. So they will smoke things off here. Trying to be slow. They know exactly where Sparking is as well. They know where Alo is. So everybody knows exactly where the other is. The good thing for Team Liquid is that they've got Prio towards center circle, but oh my goodness, Alo just getting back to the rock in time. DraftKings running a little bit low on ammo, but should have enough to finish out the game. 37 rounds for that mini. Alo in the same spot here as well.
Couple of quick peeks coming out from both sides. The thing is, Liquid know that DraftKings has to move. They still have the better position. Even if the damage has been there from Bestia to make them perhaps a little bit less comfortable. DraftKings is trying to wait out as long as he can, waiting to see if Alo gives him any opportunity. The teasing of a peek, but no, time is up. DraftKings needs to make a move now. Some extra cover, but the question is, where has Sparking moved around to?
That's the thing. I think Alo doing a good job there of just keeping Bestia distracted long enough to where Sparking can go for the wide wrap. So Flood had no vision of this. So they have no idea that Sparking is coming around the backside. This is a very high risk, high reward play for Liquid, because if Bestia sniffs this out, they've got Alo pinned to a rock. So Sparking needs to get something off of this wrap.
Everyone's looking for everyone. I can't decide which screen to watch. The stakes are high for every single player here, every single position. Liquid are looking to finalize their first day with the chicken dinner, and Bestia are looking to find one themselves to put them in a much more comfortable spot, because they too have run out of games. This is their last round in the group stage. If they get this chicken dinner here, that'll put them, again, like Alcatsia, not in a great spot, but certainly a better one than they're currently sitting at with 65. Couple of shots go out.
Alo, ooh.
Great cover,
Again,
though.
knocked super low. They're gonna have to look at this. DraftKings trying to make the move here. I think they realize they have a hint that Sparking may have come around for the long wrap, and they have Alo pinned up against this wall. Now DraftKings trying to survive here. Sparking just not in a position to give any support here. Does finally get an angle onto Flood, but beautiful shot will take him down and force him to heal up as DraftKings out in the middle of no man's land. Alo, can he pull it off with the help of Sparking? Yes, he can.
Absolutely huge. Alo timed out DraftKings just enough for DraftKings to realize, or at least consider, running away. Being out in the open is so dangerous, and that gave Alo the opportunity to finally peek out once again, but the damage there made it so scary for Team Liquid. But now it's all on to Flood. Level 3 armor, MG3 down for the count, right in front of Flood's eyes. And no one's peeking him. No one is peeking him. Why peek? Liquid now have the advantage. It's all on to Flood to try and make the move.
Absolutely. I mean, he's got to go. The blue is going to be at his back soon. Sparking and Alo, all they've got to do is just wait it out. And now Sparky's got, oh my God, the pre-fire. And another one at 14 HP left for Flood. Only 13 rounds left in the MK12. I think he realizes that he might be donating that point over, and indeed he does. And Liquid gets the final win of the day with 7 kills.
Bit of a low kill count for them, but hey, you gotta finish where you can. And Kurt, the leader of the squad, getting 5 kills himself to try and pull them over the line. It's not over for Liquid. They still have a second day of play, and this is a really good way for them to end their first day to try and gather up some more momentum to finalize the group stage out with.
Absolutely. That was a very dicey end game there that could have gone either way. Obviously Bestia, you felt DraftKings like he had to make that push. I mean, it was all across the wide open field. They had no utility, no smokes whatsoever that they could lean back on. All he had was to kind of rely on Flood to keep him protected. And then at the end, Alo just he was the most fantastic job of baiting that I've seen coming from a player of that caliber.
Of not dying. The amount of times he went down to like 15 or fewer HP. Like, Bestia, that was such a well-fought fight. But guys, that is it. Yeah, really good. But hey, guys, this is the end of round 6 here, end of day number 2. We're going to go to highlights one final time, and we will be back with the final desk of the night.
Well, that is a wrap for Group B on the day, as that will be the end of all the games they're going to play in the group stages. And Team Liquid finished things off with a win in the end. And Carl, you said it, that picture for those pictures were phenomenal. And the fact that Sparking's hair was covering all of Kurt's face, I'm all about that life. But 17 points for Team Liquid. It's a good way to finish it off. I think Sakura Zenzen, it's a good way for them as well. Some of the teams in Group C finishing off strongly in the end. But I think for Liquid, it was the first game that you really felt like they had a chance of winning based on the circles today.
Yeah, I mean,
Paro.
I mean, given that they drop in South George and they found themselves kind of, but again, this is a team that's used to playing from the edge and coming in late. So I don't really give them the whole the circle benefit, but like late game circles for sure. This one definitely benefited them
Yeah.
a little bit more than in the past. But at the end of the day, like they still did what they had to do. Like there was numerous times of that in that round that they could have gone down or lost people, and they did. They lost one player pretty early. I think was it Luke? We lost early, and and left it down to Alo and Sparking. But again, like the experience shines through in the end, right there.
You say that you're usually playing on the edge, but Cammy, I think it's more because sometimes it feels like they've got zone Teflon. Like the amount of times it shifts away from them seems insane. But let's have a look at the overall leaderboard from the groups after 2 days. Obviously, we can congratulate Fury and potentially Dangerous. They're all but secure now going into the finals with those nice points tallies. Then it gets a bit interesting, right, Cammy? Because Alcudzi on 79 should be safe. Everything else under that is up for grabs.
Yeah, I don't even know if like 79 is a should. It's a likely, but I don't know about a should. It really just depends on if any team comes out swinging and follows up with what Fury and potentially Dangerous did today. Like, just looking at Team Liquid as an example here, they're sitting at 38, a pretty big gap between them and 11th. But if we want to, just assume that we double that going into tomorrow, that's not too far away from Alcudzi. So I'm only bringing this up just to say that, like, I'm curious what the impact, and we won't know until the end of tomorrow, but the impact of how many points Furia alone, but also potentially Dangerous, just how many points they were able to get today, the impact that's going to have on the overall leaderboard, and where it's going to set that 8th place cutoff going to be.
Yeah, but then you've got teams like Falcons coming in tomorrow. You're probably going to be looking to do a similar job when it comes to the amount of points they're able to gather up. So it's really hard to tell. With 6 games to play, you just never know what way it's going to work based on all the circles. But one thing we can do is have an interview. We've got Posa on the line here from Furia, who I think is going to have a few words. This is first off, Posa, welcome in. Massive congratulations on the, I suppose, really good day that you had today.
Yeah, today was a good day. How you guys doing?
All good, all good. I like how you're both Posa and Cammy at the same time, which is nice. But what I want to ask you first is, you made a roster change just after EWC. I know that a lot of us were fans of Kawazine, but we knew that he couldn't play in the first-person perspective because he hadn't hit 18 yet. I want to know, like, is he somebody that you guys identified at the start of the year? Or was it a case that you thought that you needed a change and he was available and you thought he'd be a brilliant fit?
Yeah, we knew he was going to. He has. In July he made 18, so we knew about it. So after the EWC, we thought to invite him. So. Yeah, just in the was very fast everything, so wasn't planning something from the beginning of the year or something. We just made the decision very very fast.
Yeah, I suppose sometimes it's good to pick someone up before someone else does with the impact that he's had. But before I let the other guys ask questions, my one is I just want to talk about your performance. Over the course of today and yesterday, you've had a really good day, like a really good day's work individually. Did you just feel really confident going into today, or do you feel like the team kind of helped you and assisted you with getting all the kills?
Yesterday wasn't a good day, but we learned a lot from yesterday. So today we came more chill for the beginning of the day, and I think this was the main thing. Because yesterday we played a lot of games more hurried, I think. Yeah. Hurried. The comms was very fast, and today we joined the first match very chill and with the same confidence, but the difference was this: the comms more chill.
So I'm gonna go to you next, Cammy. You got any questions for Posa?
Yeah, I guess. What expectations do you guys have on being able to carry this performance into the grand finals? Because it's pretty apparent that you guys are not going to need to play in the last chance qualifier? Are you worried about there being a week break and sort of slowing down your momentum? Or are you confident that you're able to deliver the same thing in 2 weeks' time?
No, it's good. We will keep in training like we do the screens and yeah. So we will keep confident and ready to win the PAS again.
So
I guess I'm the last one, man. They've already asked like all the good questions, right? So like I gotta come up with something for you at the last minute. But a lot of times, like, you know, a team will have a bad day, right? And you have a bad day, and you gotta shake it off, right, and move on to the next one. But what do you do when you have a really good day? Like, and especially in a situation like this where you had a really, really good day, but now you got to kind of get back to where to like a normal level for grand finals. Have y'all ever had any like issues working with that? Is it kind of the same thing as not being tilted, as just not getting too overconfident?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it is good because you get confident, but you have to be careful because a lot of confidence can, like you said, you can make some mistakes in the matches and something like that. But in general, we know how to deal with this. Like, we are confident, but not too much confident. We stay just chilling. I think is the
Just chill.
we know that
Relax.
we are good, but yeah, to not make mistakes.
Well, I think that's everything. We'll post it. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations.
Thank you so much, man.
We're all going to congratulate you for having a good performance in groups, and we'll see you in 2 weeks' time for the finals.
Thank you, guys.
So I think, guys, it's very, as always, Postas gives very humble interviews. You know, he's always passing the credit over to everybody else. But I think all in all, they're going to be really happy with what they've done today. Yesterday, of course, there's stuff that they're going to be maybe not so happy with, and they'll be looking at fixing going into the finals. But it's not just them, Poro. There's a couple of other teams that are going to be in a situation where their job's done, and they're probably going to be playing, well, definitely playing next weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I would ask the same question of potentially dangerous as I would have of Furia, right? Like they obviously we were talking a lot about Furia, but potentially dangerous was right there with them, right? So but the teams that are having to force to sit there and watch tomorrow as they just have to hope essentially that they've done enough. Nobody ever likes to be in that situation, right? But I think there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be doing that. Like I think you said Bestia, Yahoo are right there. Obviously Collector, they're going to be going to LCQ. Deportivo most likely going to LCQ as well. Or now they're gone. They're going. But again, like it's not the end of the world, right? Like LCQ, if you're kind of having a rough time in the group stages, it's almost probably preferable that you go to LCQ so you can kind of figure out what it is that's causing problems and try to fix it, and then gives you that extra weekend to kind of prep for going into that grand final.
Yeah, well, that will bring an end to the today's broadcast. We will be back same time, same place tomorrow for Group A taking on Group C. So before we sign off the night, I'm going to ask both of you to give us a reason why everyone should watch tomorrow. And normally I go to Cammy first, but I'm going to go to you first. What's your reason why everyone should watch tomorrow?
No, watch tomorrow. Well, okay, first of all, I gotta double check something real quick. Yeah, okay. You watch tomorrow because you get to see the beautiful Cameron Davis along with Godspeed and Toffees. But it's always going to be fun to watch the last day because the cut line is gonna be wild. It's been wild for the past few tournaments now. Yeah. And I imagine that, especially when you see the fact that the LCQ, backup plan is still there, I think you're going to see some of these teams just pull out some wild stuff just to see if it works, to see if they make it. And if it doesn't, no harm, no foul, we go to LCQ. So I think tomorrow's day of games should be a lot of fun.
Well, let's see if you actually understand the question, Cammy, because Paro gave about 5 reasons there. Give me one reason why everyone should watch tomorrow.
Well, I'm going to kind of piggyback off of what Poro said at the end there. I know he said that it's not a fun position to be watching like teams from Group B. The one benefit is that you don't have to deal with the third day. And that is where, as Boro mentioned, all of the weirdness really starts to come out. That's where you start to see real targeting. That's where you see teams play around the actual cutoff point on the leaderboard more than before, because now it's more visible now. And so just expect that type of chaos. It's not necessarily going to be the exact same as the Game 6 scrims that we always like to reference until it actually gets to Game 6 tomorrow. Then all holds are barred. Or no holds barred. I don't, whatever the phrase is.
Yeah. No holds
I
barred.
don't think I've ever heard the opposite of no holds barred getting used.
All holds barred.
All
Massive
holds
as we can get.
barred.
But look, my reason is as simple as this. Godspeed has promised us all he is going to say mission ready, International Alliance every single time we see them on the camera. So make sure to tune in for that. But as always, I've been Gibson. These two guys have been great. We will see you all next time. Take care.